Welcome back, everyone. It is week number 5 of the WGL APAC-ASIA Gold Series. My name is Susie Kim. This is Wolf Schroeder, and we are back. I believe this is day number 8, Wolf.
Yeah, we're getting really into it now. We're getting to sort of, again, I always say this, right, but we're really figuring out where these teams are skill level-wise. And now everyone's played getting close to about the same amount of time, so the teams that we weren't sure about where they were in the rankings, they've played enough games now to give us a good idea, but we're not through just yet.
Yep, and in case you guys are just joining us now, here is a quick overview of how our tournament is going down. So like we said, it is week number 5, day number 8. We start on November 26th. We're gonna go all through the winter with you guys. Tournament structure, best of 9, meaning it's actually a best of 8, but then the 9 with the tiebreaker on 4 different maps.
That's right. We're gonna have the same rules as last time, with 2 exceptions being the 10-minute battle time, as well as the tier tank limit has been moved up to 10, so you've got 68 points total you can use. We have a few new maps as well, but the point system stays the same.
Yep, and I mean, we've been seeing a lot of 3 points for victory, 0 points for losses until about last week, where we were starting to see a lot more tiebreakers as these teams are starting to develop as a good sense for their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting to see some teams really develop and grow in skill. We're seeing teams that we didn't see last season do incredibly well, like the Super Noobs, Horsemen doing really, really well themselves.
Yep, and speaking of teams, here are the teams representing the Gold Series here in APAC-ASIA. We have EL Gaming, who we haven't seen in a while, actually, because they got a lot of their games done early in the tournament so far. Then we have Horsemen, Super Noobs, Immortals. Horsemen, Super Noobs, we're going to see them today. Karen Tiger, PvP Super Friends. I believe they're the ones with the back-to-back today, aren't they?
Yes, that's right.
Yep, they have the doubleheader.
Yeah, 2 games. And then Team Efficiency will be playing in our first match. They're playing today as well. B Gaming is off today, but they did play some games very recently, so we're starting to see how they're doing with their new roster as well. But yeah, I mean, Horsemen I feel like is a team I'm kind of most interested in right now, because I feel like they did so well versus EL. They beat Karen Tigers in that tiebreaker, and that's 2 really big wins. Even taking 3 games off of EL Gaming is crazy in this league. No one takes 1, so.
I hear you. So speaking of Horsemen, let's look at today's matchups. Today, we're going to have Horsemen play against Team Efficiency. Now, Team Efficiency, again, struggling quite a bit right now in this series, but hey, you never know what a new day will bring.
That's right. Then we're going to go into PvP Super Friends' first match. It's going to be up against B Gaming. So they're not actually off today. I misspoke earlier. And then Super Noobs will face off against Super Friends. So that's going to be the match everyone's looking forward to, is the Battle of the Supers. But the Super Noobs looking incredibly strong in all the matches they've played so far, and have nearly passed Karen Tiger, in fact, in points, because they just keep winning every game they play.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what kind of B Gaming team is going to show up today, because last week, wow, they absolutely blew us away on Thursday with their gameplay. But then the time right before it, they kind of left us wanting a little bit more. So we'll have to see what condition they're in and how they're going to perform.
Yeah. Well, we can take a look at our team rosters for these 2 teams, starting with Horsemen. This team really, really pulling it in strong last week, and I think that they are going to crush it today as well, especially considering Team Efficiency's recent performances. But this team's got Faluso, Colin, we've got Gorilla, Nunn, Jess Rex, Spencer, Sidonia, Tommy. Dark DH Master, one of their newer players, who's also doing very well. So this team is looking really strong this season.
They sure are. Faluso making some great plays. And again, this team, we had seen them travel together as a pack, as a bunch of horsemen before, but it looks like they're coming up with new strategies, to fit this new tier 10 meta. They are coming up with a bunch of creative things, and I'm really glad. I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, and they've shown us a lot more finesse, in fact, I think, than what we saw from them last season. It's like they've really toned up their mechanics quite significantly.
Absolutely. So here's the roster for Team Efficiency. Now, last week when they played, we didn't get to see most of the old members, in fact. Dexter was missing, D-Juice was missing from the grind, but we're going to have to see if they return and it's not a whole bunch of the newer members this time around.
Yeah, we saw Momiji filling in a little bit, Sponster, Skell, and Nomad. I feel like of the newer members on Team Efficiency, definitely Safi and Skell have shown us some of the best plays this season. But again, I'm hoping we see D-Juice and Dexta again today, because I feel like those two guys really know what they're doing. And I feel like Dexta does kind of glue the team together. So I'm hoping they're playing today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the lobby today, it looks like we may see, oh, I do see Dexter in the lobby, and
That's
so we
good.
will probably see him around maybe a couple more of the original members, Griffs, Idis, guys like that who have been on the team before and who we've definitely casted for last season. So those are the two teams that are going to go ahead, match up in the first set. Here are the map picks that they have decided on. We're going to go on to Himmelsdorf first, then Cliff, Mines, Ghost Town, and then for the tiebreaker, we'll be on Steps.
So we get to see Cliff again, for sure. We haven't seen it very much. It's probably the map we've seen the least so far this season. And it seems that the players don't really like playing on it because we're not seeing it, banning it or just simply not picking it.
No, it's the tiebreaker map, man.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
like where
tiebreaker
we
map.
see it all the time.
And that rarely ever comes to pass, but because we see it early on today, we're going to see it for sure. But every single time we see this map, we see it usually like played out as a big brawl in the middle of the map, a slower brawl, than we would have seen on like Steps, for example, last season. But still, that like kind of leads me to believe that the teams aren't putting that much time into thinking up like wider, broader strategies, and they're instead just going for the simplest, like lowest common denominator.
Maybe, but Team Efficiency had those are the games that they won. They played 2 games on Cliffs just a couple of weeks ago, and those were the 2 games that they really shone in. So I'm wondering if that's why they picked it. They can go ahead and see if they can snowball that kind of victory on.
Sure, that's definitely a good point. I actually hadn't really thought about that, so that could absolutely be the reason. But we're starting things off on Himmelsdorf again, so it's definitely going to be a slower and steadier type map for the beginning of this. So we're going to see how these two teams fare against each other on a slow-paced map where it's all about the strategy, the movements, the early game, and then we're going to go from basically that super slow-paced style to lightning-fast aggression on Cliff most likely. So it's going to be, on our first 2 maps alone, 2 completely different styles will be tested for these teams.
Unless both teams, Horsemen are known to be a little more aggressive, and Team Efficiency as well. They're not exactly the most patient teams
that's true.
in this league. So even on Himmelsdorf, we may be able to see some faster pushes.
Yeah, we have seen some castle invades basically on this map from the defending team, where you just simply run all your tanks up into the castle area and pick off an autoloader or 2. We've seen EL Gaming, hide into that weird ambush type thing that they did, on the east side of the map. So that's something that we could see as well. I would expect at least 1 slow game out of Horsemen, though, just to test the waters here, because if you're up against a team that you're probably better than, and also they haven't been showing good games recently, you probably just want to play safe versus them in the first map.
That's true. So it looks like everything is just about ready, and we can get into game number 1. All right, welcome everyone to set number 1. It is Horsemen versus Team Efficiency, and looks like Team Efficiency will be on the attack first.
All right, let's take a look at these tank lineups. Let's take a look at Team Efficiency's first. As you mentioned, they are on the attack. Sophie's bringing the 50B. They're only bringing 1 E100, a 2 and 5B, and then 3 E5s with Ma leading, closing things up with that 1390. So this type of composition leads me to believe they're going to be a bit more aggressive, as you said. And on the side of Horsemen, they have 2 E100s, an IS-7, and a 50B with the 1390 kind of closing things out. So they're playing very standard. You can see the IS-7's already in position, and the E100s are going to eventually make their way over to the capture point number 2.
That IS-7 really liking the train station back there.
Yeah.
Some sort of IS-7 hanging zone.
Yeah, it basically is. It's where, if on this map you're looking for an IS-7, like, anyone will tell you that's where you're going to find him. Spencer
and IS-7 bar,
Yeah, it's like he's just chilling over there, like, I know where you can find him.
Okay, so right now we can see that Team Efficiency have decided to play it slower. They are going to keep their positioning pretty standard, actually.
Spencer is actually playing with fire here. If Dexter gets a good shot off on him, this would be painful, no doubt. But it looks like he's trying to hope for a little bit more information here, as well as maybe getting a good lucky shot off on Dexter, who's looking the opposite direction right now, so he wouldn't be able to react immediately. And that's one of the strengths of the 1390. It's such a small tank that's very hard to see and also very hard to hit.
Yeah. So in case you guys didn't know, on this UI, if the name is in yellow, the Sixth Sense has gone off. But here is Ma. He's up on the castle side. I'm just kind of deciding where he wants to go. I'm pretty sure the team is in communication right now, trying to figure that out.
Skell comes right around the corner, and Spencer is going to book it out of here.
Yes, he does. And he takes a little bit of damage. A lot of damage.
Yeah, it looks like his right track was damaged as well as his engine, but he repaired that engine. That's another new thing in our UI. We actually get to see that stuff happen in real time.
Yep, so Safi does take 2 shots over on Spencer and chunks him down quite a lot. And on the courtyard side, we're going to see that there are some shells being thrown at one another.
And still a very patient game here overall from Team Efficiency. We do see a slow push up though to the castle by 2 of Horsemen's members, and they are going to try to duke it out up here. It's Archon and Feluso. Ma is going to be the next target. The 1390 is always the first to go, it seems.
Yes, but it seems he knows he's going to try to run away as fast as he can. I mean, there's really not much he can do himself to take out these 2 tanks. And, ooh, but look at that. I mean, considering how low this tank is, it just kind of shoots right over him.
It's a pretty risky move by Horsemen to actually move up here as well. They got a lot of information from Spencer, but if he was not alone up here, if Ma was not alone, then they might actually walk into a trap, because as you can see, Safi is nearby. And I think they are actually going to try to set up for a little bit of a trap here. I'll see how this goes.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I'm not sure if this will work to their advantage, but... All right, Archon is going to continue pushing up into the castle area. No, it seems like Maul's just going to make a run for it. I don't think he wants to stick around there anymore.
I mean, he also didn't know that Archon was coming too. He only saw Feluso, and Feluso himself in a 215B is a scary thing to see. Archon is looking over here at Safi. It's almost like a standoff at this castle, but the castle has actually now been taken by Horsemen, which is a scary thing if you're on the attack and your castle is taken away from you, because then any move you make, you might be vulnerable from behind by the defensive team.
All right, so here we can see in the bird's eye view, everyone is still keeping their position. Right now, Team Efficiency, they're going to try to ride over on the east side of the map towards base capture number 2. I mean, if they can get to A6, you know, maybe they can start some kind of movement here.
Yeah. And they are getting closer.
I guess there is movement since they are moving, technically.
I know what you mean, though. And they're going to actually be able to put a tank into this capture point. Let's watch and see if they do it the right order, because we did see some mistakes made by B Gaming.
We have seen that. In fact, yes. Just Rex is getting ready, though. He knows that there's going to be some sort of attack or push coming in by Team Efficiency, and obviously they know this map so well. They know exactly where they're going to be. We'll have to see if Team Efficiency can efficiently go ahead and start that base capture.
That's right. Dexta and Griff's taking a few shots over here at Colin.
Yeah, Colin doesn't really take much damage, though, just a little bit. Damage on the right track.
Yeah. I mean, it means that it's a little bit more tough for him to turn to the left, but he'll live. He'll be all right. But not a lot of ground has actually been gained here for Team Efficiency, which is somewhat concerning. And one of the scary things, again, is that the high ground is still controlled by Horsemen, and they're actually able to hit Skell. You can see Feluso take that shot across the map.
Wow, yeah. Okay, we're already under the 5-minute mark. It's 4 minutes and 43 seconds, and I'm starting to sense some sort of hesitation from Team Efficiency.
Yeah, me too. Colin does eat a big shot there, actually, and he tries to retaliate but does not connect.
That's quite nice.
And this is looking good for Team Efficiency in terms of how much damage they've been able to put on some of these tanks. They've definitely gotten the better trades. But again, they need to gain that ground very quickly towards this base capture. They
do, and you know, time is definitely not on their side at this point. They're going to have to decide, is it going to be that base capture, or is it going to be a bait? Is it, you know, are they just going to try to eliminate their opponents? And
it looks like they might actually charge in based on their positioning right now and try to control this area, because they know those auto-lows are up on the high ground. I think they might actually just go for a push here.
Yeah, well, here's Itis. He's going to go ahead and follow these guys in. Momoji, obviously the first one to head the charge. He's going to try and absorb all that damage, if you will.
Just Rex will be taken out here promptly, and so will Colin most likely. And I think this is actually a really good choice by Team Efficiency.
Yeah, this is, I don't think they expected 4 tanks to come around that way.
But the autoloaders are getting back into position, and they are putting that damage off, and that's the scary thing. And that's what Team Efficiency was trying to abuse, the fact that they were not here, but they did get here very quickly.
They absolutely did, and now I think the table has been turned. Team Efficiency, they're going to have to back away just a little bit, but you know what? They did manage to take out 3 members of Horsemen, and that's going to be a moral victory.
And they have a huge, tank lead now because they've killed so many of the tanks of Horsemen. And I think even if Horsemen plays this perfectly now, they just simply don't have the firepower to stay alive.
That was great, yeah. Horsemen are down to 2.5 tanks, let's say, and Faluso right here going to get blown up by Skell. And at this point, Team Efficiency may go ahead and take this map.
A huge win here for Team Efficiency, a very, very decisive game by them. And we're seeing more teams actually do these pushes into this capture point recently, and I think it's a good strategy for Archon.
Oh gosh, poor Archon indeed. Sidonia Tommy, last man standing, and he's going to have 3 tanks on him as well. Team Efficiency go ahead and take a very, very surprising game number 1.
Yeah, I did not see that one coming. They definitely played very patiently. They got better trades. Horsemen having those 2 autoloaders up on the high ground on the castle area gave them extra coverage of a lot of the map, but it meant that they were not able to cover exactly at that moment when the tanks pushed in, and they were able to hide that they were about to push in very well, so there were only 2 tanks there. The IS-7 was obviously super far away, couldn't really help out, and so that was a smart move to make that decisive push at that exact moment. And I think that was just, again, smart play by Team Efficiency.
That was a lot cleaner than we've ever seen Team Efficiency play so far. That was impressive.
Yeah, clean and decisive. No hesitation, no sort of wishy-washy thinking going on where we're not really sure if they're going to do this and they wasted time. Like, they realized this is our moment. Those 2 all-overs are still up there. They checked to see if they were still up there with their 1390, and they're like, okay, they're still up there, so we can actually make this push work. And ended up just overwhelming those heavy tanks there. So now we're going to switch sides, though, and Horsemen will be on the attack. So we'll see if they do anything crazy and aggressive. Because I think they might.
You think so?
They might.
What makes you think this?
I don't know. I just have a feeling that a game like that would frustrate the Horsemen, and they'll be like, all right, well, you want to play this game with us? You're going to push aggressively versus us like this. We're going to show you how to do that, how to be aggressive.
Team Efficiency, I think they actually had a clear-cut plan, followed through with it, and actually were able to execute it. If the Horsemen do throw them off guard, however, I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to retaliate. So, yeah, that'll be quite interesting. We will, let's see here. Oh, we're getting a note from, our producers. I think we're waiting.
Yes.
On something. Okay, well, anyway, while we're waiting, I'll just go ahead and keep talking about Team Efficiency.
Sure. Well, I mean, we could talk about...
It's like an underdog story, right?
Yeah,
like, I really want them to do well.
Team Efficiency today, to be totally honest, I mean, we talked about this before the broadcast. I felt like they weren't going to take a single map just based on history and results so far. This is a huge moral victory, as you mentioned before, to take this first map like this. And I think that if they can really take this momentum and win both games on Himmelsdorf, that would be insane. And that might even make Horsemen start to feel a little bit shaky. Like, whoa, we're like Team Efficiency. They haven't won a single game.
I know.
And we almost beat EL and we beat Karen Tigers, but Team Efficiency is like taking games off of us. And because that's like a really good thing for Team Efficiency, because when you go into Cliffs, it's like that's probably one of Team Efficiency's best types of maps is to win in a 7v7, not the bigger, more like macro-oriented map. And then if you've got the momentum 2 games going into that map, then you like take the first win on Cliff, then suddenly momentum is like insanely in your favor.
That is crazy. That is crazy now that you mention it. This is a team that almost beat EL, and they're struggling in game 1 to Team Efficiency. Like, it is really interesting. That's how I felt about B Gaming last week too. Yeah. It's like you come in, you go, oh, it's B Gaming. They're probably not going to do as well. Oh my gosh, they're doing amazing. So it really depends on the roster of people who are playing that day, and also just condition, I would think.
One of the things too that, I mean, we're talking about this first game so much, but it is just simply that one first game, and that is really important. And if you go and look at like statistics of sports history, like in a series, usually the team that wins the first game wins the whole series like almost all the time.
Yeah.
But this is a longer series, right? This is a best of 9. This is not like a best of 3 or anything like that. But when you look at how that last game went too, it was a really decisive move that won Team Efficiency that game that Horsemen did not expect. So they were caught very off guard. And I feel like if we see Team Efficiency just outplay Horsemen again here in game 2, that's when we can really start to be like, oh my god.
Oh my gosh, what is going on?
But it could be the exact opposite, and Horsemen crushes Team Efficiency, and we go, well, Team Efficiency had a really good idea about what to do in that first game, but,
Like I said, I think the test really comes down to how quickly they can think in ad lib, basically, right? They're good. They have a plan. They executed it well. All right, now how are you going to do when something comes at you that you're not expecting? So you know what? I think everything is good, and we're gonna go ahead into game number 2. All right, guys, game number 2, Horsemen versus Team Efficiency, and the sides are swapped. Horsemen will be on the attack.
So, looking at Horsemen's tanks first, they got a 50B, 3 E100 still on the attack. That's pretty interesting. A 215B, an E3, and a 1390. And actually, Team Efficiency is bringing in RU-251 this time, so they're going to use Maw to scout like crazy. They're bringing their own tank destroyer, an E3 as well, so wow.
They have a little bit of everything.
This is a really weird lineup for both teams where you see Team Efficiency bringing in IS-4 and IS-7. That makes sense to me. The 215B also makes sense, but yeah, this is not as standard as you would often see.
Okay, this is, all right, so here we can see Horsemen. They are going to go ahead into the castle area. Already, Team Efficiency kind of making some noise, you know, letting them know where they are. I think they want this fight to come to them.
They also wanted to clear up that capture point, I think, so that later on the defense they have more room to move their tanks around. Just get rid of that right away.
Ooh, this is the little area that EL had placed 4 tanks last week, or 2 weeks ago, rather.
Yeah, you're right. Momiji over here protecting Skell for now, being his eyes. Well, this is really quite interesting. Now, Ma is doing his job of making sure there's no strong push coming to the south. And the IS-7 is hanging out in that IS-7 spot where you can always find IS-7.
The IS-7 bar, guys, over in the C2 area. The C2 bar, I like to call it.
The C2 bar, yeah.
In the train station.
Yeah, it's just called, like, it's got the sign outside called C2. It's like, you'll find them at C2.
All right, so far, slow and steady. Like you said, nothing so crazy yet from Horsemen as we expected.
Yeah, really, if both teams have such defensive lineups, like especially Horsemen for an attacking team to bring 3 E100s, it almost looks like they want Team Efficiency to walk into them.
Yeah, but again, this is Team Efficiency's map, as in they're the ones on the defense. They're the ones who the clock is going to work for.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. If Team Efficiency were able to play so patiently in the first game, I totally think that they could do it for the second.
Peluso is trying to stick his nose across the valley here and see what he can find.
Imagine he falls off.
Oh no, that's just, like, I literally never had that thought ever before on this map, but I was like, wait a minute, I guess it is technically possible he could fall off. Never even thought about that. That would never happen in a professional game. No one's ever tried to push people up on steps and fell before. Oh wait, no, that did happen. But Gorilla and Dexter gonna have a little bit of a duel here.
Dexter on the IS-4. It's just a big slow tank holding ground, just making sure he can do some damage so that all the other tanks can be protected. Now we've got the E3 gang coming up.
Yeah, the 3 E100s over here coming up from the south, and it looks like they might even just try to push through the courtyard. But, well, with the positioning they have, they could just try to push down the road because they're going to protect each other.
Gorilla does take that hit on Dexter. Gorilla is on a tank destroyer. You are in a tank, Dexter. He will destroy you.
Yeah, that's the idea. Well, here come these E100s, and they don't get a good angle, actually, to deflect these rounds. So Sidonia Tommy takes a ton of damage here, and I really do question moving down this street like this, even with E100s. Sidonia Tommy and Jess Rex are getting so much damage put on them.
Yes, if Team Efficiency decide to pick a tank now and try to focus on them, I think they would be able to eliminate one of them. Sidonia Tommy does make a run. He's going to go ahead and hide. Just Rex and Colin are the only two who are in a pretty open spot. Idas doing his job, that tank destroyer, destroying tanks.
Well, this is a huge, huge lead for Team Efficiency right now.
And there goes Just Rex being hit from behind by Griff.
Griff is like, what was that?
He's like, wait, I was one from behind. Wait, what?
He's like, that tickled. He's like, I'm in an IS-7. Sidonia Tommy is kind of pinned down here as well.
He is. If Griffs can just come around the corner and see him, I think Sidonia he knows that there's Griffs over there. He's like, this is not safe either.
No. Well, it looks like Faluso and Spencer on these two autoloaders. Faluso not having very many rounds, only one round left, and Spencer versus a 50B is not going to have a good time.
No, he is not. And as soon as he gets into his position, yeah, he just gets blown up. Safi needs to be careful, however.
I'm not entirely sure who just hit him, in fact. It might have been one of those E100s. It might have been Sidonia Tommy, even, actually. I think it was. This is such a weird game because Horsemen are so split up. Like, they're all alone. Every single tank is in, like, all 7 tanks are in 7 different places.
All right. Well, Faluso does go down. Oh, it was Gorilla from the top. Okay, so it was Gorilla taking those shots down that road. And Colin goes down. I mean, already Horsemen are down to 3 tanks now.
Versus 7. And Dexa will just kill Spencer right now. Watch this. Execution.
Yep. That one's done. Gorilla is up top, and he's all alone.
This game is over, and I can't quite put my finger on what Horsemen really was, what their plan was in this game, and they just got totally dominated. All their tanks were split up. There was no unity. And I think they were hoping that they were going to win a bunch of 1v1 fights all over the map or something, but that just did not happen.
It didn't, and this is very interesting to me because Team Efficiency did come in with an incredibly diverse tank lineup, but it worked well to their advantage. Maw is sitting here just kind of waiting, and I think everyone has an idea of they're looking for Gorilla, but whether or not they find him, it doesn't matter. Team Efficiency going to win in 4 minutes anyway.
This is just weird. You know, I don't like the E100 choices that much for Horsemen, and I don't like how they use them. They push down the street, and one of the things about the E100 is if you look away at like a 45-degree angle, you take less damage, and the rounds will often ricochet. But they all kind of just push down together where they couldn't turn their heads, if you will, to get the ricochet damage off, and they walked into a trap of tanks. It wasn't even an intentional trap. Team Efficiency was just like, what? They were coming down 3 E100s, and everyone kind of focused on them and turned around, and things went badly from there. But
okay, at this point, I'm not even sure why Gorilla is trying.
Yeah, I mean, well,
okay, so
he cannot win. He cannot win.
Yeah,
like, make no
unless
mistake.
he's going to blow up all 7 tanks.
I don't even know if it would be physically possible if we lined up all 7 tanks for him to kill all 7 in 3 minutes. I don't know if that would even be possible.
Without taking shots himself?
Yeah, well, I mean, even if like they all just like lined up in front of him and took their hands off the keyboard.
All right, Griffs does try, and okay, here we go. Gorilla finally does take a little bit of damage, and now it's up to these guys. It looks like Team Efficiency want to keep all 7 alive. They're like, hey guys, let's just try to win a perfect game. How about that?
Yeah. Well, I think this is like mind games from both sides. I think Horsemen are pretty upset.
It's the E3 battle.
You know, it is an E3. I mean, I guess it could like kill a tank or 2. I mean, look at how much damage it does to even, you know, the other E3.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is just not a winnable fight.
No, it is not. And Gorilla is going to die a slow and
he wanted to keep Himmelsdorf traditional. He was like, well, we're going to have the longest game possible on Himmelsdorf, and then we can go into the shortest maps on Cliff.
Oh, gosh.
Gorilla's like just not having it. I just like, oh my god, is he really going to kill me?
Oh my gosh.
He has to reload for a long time now.
Can you finish him off, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Grift is like shooting across the map too. He's like, no, I got this.
There we go. Thank you, Ma. It was the RU251 who finishes off the game and kills the last tank standing.
And it was a clean 7-0 victory there. Not a single tank did die for Team Efficiency.
I am super impressed. One might say they were incredibly efficient.
Yeah, you know, they were certainly not losing a single tank. I just don't know if I can really agree with Horseman's choice in that last game to send the E100s like that. And you know, what we saw in the end of Gorilla just staying in the game is actually what we used to see a lot last season. But this season, we are starting to see a lot more what I like to call surrenders, where the 1 player or 2 players are left and they just walk in to be destroyed because they know that they simply just cannot win the game. And the fact that we saw Gorilla not do that makes me feel like one of 2 things was probably happening. One, the more likely is the Horsemen are like, oh man, we really messed this up. Let's talk about this for a second before the game ends. Like, let's figure out how we want to play Cliffs going into that next map. The other thing that could happen is like the teams having like a big argument and people are like really upset and like something went really wrong. Like, I told you not to push that way, or you know, people don't like to talk about this, but you know, when we have a a game like this that goes totally wrong. Like clearly that went totally wrong. Like Horsemen had a plan, but it just did not. I mean, it just did not come to fruition.
Right.
And they might be like really frustrated each other, like trying to calm each other down. Like, all right, everybody, like, we're 0-2 to team efficiency right now. We can win this. Let's go into Cliff now. Let's like calm down.
All right. Well, it is Horsemen on the attack first as we go into Cliff. So, like we had mentioned before, team efficiency have shown us pretty solid gameplay. It was okay. I'm not gonna say solid. It was more of like a YOLO kind of. Let's all get in there.
It was aggressive and it was smart.
Very aggressive.
It was smart though. You know, it was not one of those things where I go, wow, mechanically that was the most impressive thing I've ever seen. Like when I see EL have 6 tanks shoot at the exact same moment and kill a tank, I'm like, well, that is.
Well, they're robots, so you know.
But like what we saw there was very smart. It was strategic and it was cool. But going to this map, you almost want to just throw capture points, attack defense out of the water because this map is just simply every single time we've seen it played a 7v7 brawl, which is a very technical brawl because there's like a lot of higher and lower ground terrains and rocks. I mean, the map is called Cliff for a reason.
Yeah, it is called Cliff for a reason. But you know, the area in the middle where we have 3 different entry points, basically, we usually see big brawls there. So.
Yeah, and usually the most important thing on this map is how well protected your autoloaders are and how much damage they do from the sidelines, while everyone else is on their object tanks, basically just doing as much damage as they can.
Yeah.
The autoloaders are trying to finish them off. You know, you could think of it almost like, because this is a big brawl situation, you almost think of it like a team fight in another game, like where you have to keep your damage dealers alive and they're at the back rows. Everyone else is kind of fighting in the middle, because that's how this map goes into play. Like, I don't think I've seen a single game on this map in the new meta where a tank on the attack side ever even went into a capture point for even a second.
No, I think we did for a second.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like
the like drive-by.
It just does
capture.
not. It does not really happen. It's not like the
not
main
with intent.
objective.
Yeah.
It's not like on Himmelsdorf where it's all about the capture point and how do we get there and how are we going to make our lineup work for this to get across the map. Whereas on this map, it's all about like let's win them, let's beat them by elimination, and let's focus fire correctly. Let's have the right tank composition for a fight. Not so much for like a really specific strategy for the capture point.
All right, so I'm really excited to see what kind of tank lineups we're going to see. Like you said, probably a bunch of autoloaders, and I think they are ready. So let's get into set number 3. All right, guys, we are here on Cliff. Horsemen versus Team Efficiency. Team Efficiency with 2 wins so far, and Horsemen will be on the attack.
All right, so the difference in these lineups essentially comes down to the Object 430s on Team Efficiency side to the 140s for Horsemen. They are both running that solo STB1, the Japanese tier 10 medium. And also the tank lineups for Horsemen, they bring 2 T54 mediums, whereas Team Efficiency is going to bring the RU251. Dexta is going to be getting some information that way. So for autoloaders, we have bat shots on both sides, just a single one, and that one tank is going to be so important, and if it dies early, it will really change the course of the fight.
I wonder why they're using the 430s in this.
Yeah, it is a bit strange. It does have that rear-mounted turret, but I don't see it being a game changer. Let's see how this one plays out.
Usually the 430s would be used more for, capture point flag capping. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Yes, capping.
Just space capture, yeah.
Yes. So it's like a T54, but lower to the ground. So
maybe the idea is just simply because of the way the tank is shaped to use it in conjunction with the terrain to avoid being hit simply, but we'll see if it pans out that way. As these 2 teams have approached the battleground, but from a different angle than usual, especially Team Efficiency, they're like trying to basically scale the mountain. Skell is in a very risky spot here, but he isn't an STB1, so he can take a shot or 2.
All right, there are shots being fired, and so far, only Dark DH Master has felt the bit of it. So has Sidonia Tommy. Okay. So yeah, they have met in the middle area. It's just nobody wants to make that first shot. And so far, Team Efficiency have learned that being patient actually pays off. That's how they played the first 2 games, and I can see them definitely wanting to do that for the next 2 as well.
Yeah.
But you guys see how many shells are being thrown around, and no one's really getting hit, and that's due to the terrain.
Yeah, it's actually quite it's quite different the way this particular game is playing out compared to the ones we've seen before, just because it's so patient. And you know, this is definitely going to end up being, so far what we've seen from these shots is Horsemen's mechanics are winning out. They are hitting more consistent damage. Grifts does stay alive, which is important. Skell takes a little bit more damage here as well.
But yeah, just slowly chipping away at one another. Team efficiency right now, definitely feeling it more so than the Horsemen.
Yeah, well, their tanks, the Object 430s, you know, like you said, they're a bit lower to the ground of the pancake tank, I like to call them. But they, you know, they're not as powerful as a 140 overall. The 140 is going to be just a better tank in a straight-up engagement. Like if you get, like if a Object 140 hits a 430 across the map, it's like much more significant than if Object 140 just gets hit by a 430 shot across. So
well, yeah,
trading like that.
430s are tier 9 after all.
Yeah.
So. Oh!
Ooh, Skell.
Careful there, buddy.
I mean, that
Skell.
STB1 can't take that much damage from the front.
He's going to retreat from this hill and see if he can find himself a better position to be in. He can't afford to get hit anymore with 382 HP left.
And one of the scary things, obviously, again, for team efficiency right now is that they are on the defense.
Right, staying alive and, you know, the longevity of this game will work to their benefit.
Yeah, so they need to like back off when things are going badly, because they can use that against the Horsemen if the game goes longer. But they've taken so much damage so early that it looks really good for the Horsemen right now.
Okay, little by little, yeah, just no matter where they are, it just seems Horsemen have better positioning. Griff's finally first one to go down.
Yeah, Spawnster not able to save him there. Does hit Gorilla, but Gorilla is just doing a ton of work on that STB1. Archon takes a shot, meanwhile. And this is just a slow and steady eventual victory for Horsemen if they can continue to do this consistent damage, which they've been doing so far.
They have been doing really well. Gorilla's in the prime position. He just kind of pops out to do some damage and then pops right back in. Hides around. Dexter goes down on the RU-251. Gorilla, finally, that menace, he is done.
He's done. He's done so much damage this game.
And there's none. Ha. Sorry, I just wanted to make that.
Ah.
Anyway. All right.
I love our jokes. Our jokes are funny.
This is what happens when we cast really late at night.
Yes, that's right.
So yeah, little by little, team efficiency, they're just starting to feel it. And at this point, if I don't think them. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't think having team efficiency at this point try to be aggressive would be good, but there's really no other option for them because Horsemen, they're just going to sit around and kind of beat them at their own game.
Yeah. I just got my mic changed, so hopefully you guys can hear me all right and stuff like that. I had a problem with one of my mics, but I also missed a little bit of that the last few seconds of this game. But it seems to be that Horsemen are still just chipping away, but now actually going for a big, almost like clean-up push.
Yeah.
Safi in a really good position here, but I don't think it's going to save him, especially with Feluso up there on the high ground.
Oh, he even misses the ram. Spawnster goes down, Sidonia Tommy finishes that off. Safi doesn't even get the ram, and he goes ahead and gets picked off. He's wide open. Itis, I think this is it. I think Horsemen are just going to try to finish it all and hurry up and get into the next game. Maw on the bat shot. He hasn't really done anything. He's the autoloader. He was supposed to be the one that's doing damage.
He was supposed to be the hero, but unfortunately he's going to be like the captain that went off on the lifeboat. Like, but he still dies in the end, and Horsemen will bring it back to a 1-2. Still a deficit, but they looked better there in that game than their Himmelsdorf game, so maybe they can, with another victory, perhaps bring it to a 2-2.
All right. Well, like we said, so it was team efficiency on the defense, so thus I see why they played it slowly. But now that they are on the attack, perhaps we'll see a faster push.
Yeah, and I don't know about those 430s. Well,
yeah.
Here's my take on it is it's basically like it's pretty gimmicky, you know. You're hoping that you could really use the type of, like the way the tank is shaped so consistently well with the terrain. Like I feel like if you could control the battle like a puppet master or something, and you could like create the battle zone, you'd be like, all right, all the tanks are gonna fight like this, then it would be really cool because then you could have those tanks right where they needed to be all the time. But because of basically the crazy nature of this map, like there's so much randomness to where tanks are going to end up being and how they're actually going to move around, because it's just by the nature of this map, it's very aggressive. It's a big 7v7 fight most of the time.
That was probably one of the longer cliff games that we've ever seen here.
It is, and I feel like when you can't really control where every tank is going to be, when you've got that many tanks in combat for such a long period of time, I think the Object 140 is just overall better. I would like to see if they're going to bring 430s, like bring some 430s, maybe like 2 430s and 2 140s at least, not like all 430s, because
go back to the original T-54s, because basically the 430s are like the T-54s just with the back turret, I guess. I just feel like most of these players are a lot more comfortable on that T-54, and that might also attribute to better play.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everything about that game was basically just better mechanics from Horsemen. And then the longer a battle goes like that, that's when your mechanics really get tested, because you don't get a strategic advantage in a fight like this. You don't go, oh, well, they all moved like this, so that's why they won. It's more like, well, they hit the shots more consistently. Their accuracy was better. Their positioning in the fight was better. Their focus fire was better. And those are just kind of mechanical things that Horsemen, just historically, just like we saw them last season, it was better at.
Yeah, Horsemen, I just think, I think positioning was really a big factor in this game, especially with the terrain, with all those cliffs and nooks and crannies. They just knew how to utilize that to their advantage, and that worked. So as we go into the next game, then we're going to see that they swap sides, like we said, and we're gonna will Horsemen be able to tie it up?
That's a question, and I wouldn't even mind to see Dexta running a 1390 instead of the RU-251, because he was not a game changer in that last game. He went out to scout, but there wasn't much to see. Then he was kind of off on the side of the map by himself, and when you're an RU-251 like that, your speed isn't actually going to be something that changes the game or saves you when no one's really going anywhere. It's like everyone's kind of staying in the same place doing a longer, drawn-out battle. So
okay, it looks like we're having a player change right now. We're going to take Maw out and then have Death Skies come in.
Death Skies coming in.
Yeah, Death Skies is another one of the older members, I guess.
Yeah.
The ones we've seen. He's one of the guys we saw last season, so here he is now.
Yeah, I'm happy to see him. Who we also lost this season, who disappeared and seemed to have left Horsemen, was IC Flying Unicorn. We talked about this once, but IC Flying Unicorn, a great autoloader player, especially on Lakeville. We saw him play very, very well there. Or her. We're not sure.
Or her.
We're not sure, actually. That's one of the mysteries of IC Flying Unicorn, because in the team profile picture that Horsemen had, which I posted on Twitter like a long time ago, if you just look up Horsemen tanks, you'll find it. There was a unicorn, though, in the picture that was clearly a girl in the team photos.
Okay, well, it was a unicorn horse head, because we couldn't see the actual photos, right? They were all wearing these horse masks, and then there's this one unicorn, and it had long hair, but it just could be a guy with long hair.
That's true. I mean, that is true. We don't really know. But for me, like, I look at it and I go, girl. Like, I like feel it or something.
All right. So, we're going to, like we said, swap out those players. I think Team Efficiency are trying to sort out some sort of connection issue. So we're going to wait for them to do that. And, but Horsemen, man, their Facebook page, absolutely hilarious. All of their pictures are just like these guys in horse masks.
Yeah, definitely do check out these teams on social media, because I know if you look at Team Efficiency on Twitter, you can find them on Twitter as well. You'll find their Red Panda logo. And then if you want to look up Horsemen, I just look up Horsemen eSports, I believe, on Facebook, and you can go like their page. And they post almost everything in Chinese, so you can like Google Translate it or whatever if you want to see what they say. But they do post a lot of pictures of the team and like what they're eating sometimes, and like how happy they are about their wins and their play and their VODs and stuff. So if you're a Horsemen fan, you can definitely get in touch with those guys through that.
Yeah, I found B Gaming on Twitter, and I was trying to read through their feed, but I don't speak Japanese, and that kind of
it can be a deal breaker.
Yeah, that was a little difficult, I have to say. But but it's good to know that everyone, all these teams really making that effort to reach out to their fans and interact with everyone, because that's what esports is about.
That's right. You gotta your fans don't just love you for your amazing gameplay, although it's probably like 90% of it, but they want to see like what you're like and what you do in your spare time, or what the team does with horse mass and stuff. Like, they want to see your personality. And so these teams, they do put time into that. If you look up EL's social media and stuff as well, they have like super professional looking photo shoots, and These guys, again, they just look like big elites. Like they are the best players in Asia.
The robots, like I've been saying, man, these guys.
It was really actually almost terrifying to see them in person too, because when you saw them in person, like they looked like, oh my God, these guys are the best players in Asia. You know what I mean? Like when you see the EL players like in the booth, you're just like, oh, they might actually
That's
be robots.
them.
Like this person's face is like molded and shaped like it looks like he could be like one of the top like 20 players in the world. Like they all just look like that and they play like that. I'm like, they could all be robots. We're not really sure.
You never know.
I didn't touch any of their faces to see if like there was cold metal or anything. Like
Be careful. Be careful. You like wash your hands and shake. It's like you still have water on your hands and you shake their hands and you like get electrocuted and stuff.
Yeah,
that could happen.
I mean, I don't want to know the truth. Like I'm too scared to find out like what.
They may kill you if you know the truth.
I know, so I'm just like, no, I'm just like, well, they could be robots, but probably not, right? Like I'm like an EO guy was like behind the corner. I'm like, probably not, right? Like
They're always watching. Okay, be careful. They're always listening. But with team efficiency and the internet problems, like I almost not saying that I expect it, but this is a team where they are scattered all around Asia.
That's true.
We don't have, it's not one centralized continent that they're playing off of. They have members from Australia, Malaysia, like just everywhere.
And also, like, I mean, let's be real for a second. Like, Australian internet connection has historically been like one of the toughest ones to actually join up with people on because it's a continent that's so far away from everybody else. And if you guys know how the internet, actually works and like all the cables that have to go across to so far away, or if you're using like satellite internet over there, how unreliable that can be. It's definitely tough where you're connecting with all your teammates from all these different places, and that's your party. If you got your team of 7 players together, then you got to connect to the Horsemen where they're at in Taiwan and get on the Wargaming Asia server. It definitely gets a bit complicated. So. Looks like we are waiting though for that restart.
Yeah, I mean, so far all the tanks have been picked and we've swapped out the members. We're just kind of testing, I guess, how the internet connection is going to be so that we can bring you the next game of tanks. But we want to make sure everyone's got the best playing condition possible. So we will continue talking into this camera with you until all the players are feeling good.
Yeah, I keep looking for seeing if there's any updates in the chat. The last chat I saw was the swap, and it looks like everyone is in, and we're finally ready.
All right, so I think this is game 4. I don't even remember at this point.
Yes, it is.
All right, it's game number 4, guys. Let's get into it. All right, guys, here we are on Cliff, set number 4. Horsemen with 1 win, Team Efficiency with 2, and they will now be the ones on the attack.
Well, Team Efficiency is running their 430s again, 3 of them. Definitely something I'll have to maybe talk to Dexta about later and see like what the real reason is, because they're clearly more comfortable with it on this map today, whereas the Horsemen are running the same composition with the 140s, the STB1, the 2 T54s. And Dexta is also going on a T54 with Skell, so I really like that rather than the RU251 personally for the way this map plays out. Oh, Archon might have slipped down a little bit. Gotta get back up there.
That is interesting. I mean, that's a lot of tier. Object 430s.
Yeah, it's strange for sure. Safi up here, definitely doesn't want to show himself right now. Okay, he hasn't been seen by Feluso. Feluso wants to take the fight to him right away.
Oh, wow. And all right, Safi needs to be careful. And at this point, Dexta is the only one who takes a tiny bit of damage. But yeah, Team Efficiency on the attack. Want to see if they're going to go aggressive or if they're going to have to wait it out. Again, it's all about the positioning and how well you can use the mountain, or use the cliff rather, to your advantage.
Yeah. Skell just making some very careful movements here.
He's just checking out the sunset behind that lighthouse.
And yeah,
Sorry.
I'm sure that was going through his mind. But this is actually like almost like a game of chicken right now because both teams have the defensive advantage.
Feluso takes a bit of damage from afar. Ooh, Archon in a very sneaky position here. Hiding in that bush.
Safi, man, I really worry about him.
I do too.
But I mean, he's also in a position to do a ton of damage if they come up when he's looking at them. But he's looking over at who just took a shot at him, which I believe was actually.
It was probably Archon.
Yeah, Archon. That's right.
Yeah.
Archon hitting him from super far away, so he's like a bit preoccupied at the moment. Horsemen having that defensive advantage, so the longer this kind of stalemate game of chicken goes on, the better for them.
It is better for them. Here we go. We've got some movement from Team Efficiency side. They're going to come around. Dexter is going to lead the charge and goes down.
And this is why it was a game of chicken, because the first person to make the move usually loses in this case, because the other team is looking down that way.
Well, you know what? They did this before, and they have won it. So maybe they just, again, YOLO. Let's head in there. Might as well. Sidonia Tommy does go down. And yes, members of Team Efficiency are getting chipped off, but so are the Horsemen.
Yeah. It's just the Horsemen are getting the way better trade overall, and none isn't even here, and this is all being done without him. If he comes over and starts putting that damage off, then this is just going to get out of control.
Yeah, Archon from afar, he's doing some great damage, just sniping off kills. Griffs goes down. It looks like it's going to be Skell and Idis left for Team Efficiency, and
Skell's not going to be left for much longer.
No, he is not, but you know, that was a pretty good, I don't know, I think it was worth it.
Well, down goes Idis, and then like once we watch Idis die, I can tell you a little bit more about how I feel about that game as we go to a 2-2 score now. I just felt like when you're in that position, it's like let me like put this into terms of like say like real life, right? Let's even like put tanks out of the equation. Like imagine if you had like 7 guys with guns on one side of a mountain and 7 guys with guns on the other side of the mountain, right? And so like the people in the like if you're just sitting there defensively, like nothing's gonna happen. But if they come first, you're all pointing guns, waiting, so you can just shoot them as they come around. They can't fire at the same time. They have to spill over basically,
right.
And so that's basically what happened. Is Team Efficiency was like, well, we beat them before when we overwhelmed them on Himmelsdorf. I mean, I'm not sure if that was like the reason why they thought this, but they were like.
I think if they were going to do the overwhelming strategy, they needed to do it from the start. They couldn't have just sat there and waited. It had to been like a. Because this was like a gentleman's brawl in a way, right? Like everyone's like, all right, let's get into position now. Do we start at 2 o'clock? You know, like that's what it seemed like.
And both teams were like at perfect position to where if the other team went in for any reason, they would destroy them. They were both like perfectly positioned.
But before they got to that positioning, that's where the overwhelming had to have started.
That could have been, that could have been their opportunity. That could have been what they could have gone for there. And they again brought the 430s, which doesn't help their cause in a longer fight like this either. They have like 2,000 hit points to 1,900, but they don't have the same kind of armor play, and they don't do the same kind of damage. So in a longer battle, it's just somewhat weak, I feel. And I think they really just kind of, I mean, you said it, YOLO. I mean, they really just kind of like, maybe like whoever moves first loses, right? So they'll never expect us to do it, and maybe we can actually snipe a tank with perfect EL gaming style focus fire. But unfortunately, that just did not happen, and that was kind of a sad ending to that second game there, to be honest.
All right, well, you know what? The next map is Mines, and it's a similar kind of idea, right? Where they have the mine area in the middle, all the tanks usually kind of gather there and see what they can do. And considering how we've been watching the first 4 games, though, I think it's going to be more of a positioning play. Again, it's going to be more of a calm, like a steady. You know, I think the games have been getting slower and slower. Just people are using more of the better positioning as they figure out their opponents in the maps.
Yeah, Cliff has definitely been getting a little bit slower after what we just saw for those 2 games. But now we're going into Mines, and Mines is the map that gets really technical. So strategy is important, mechanics are important as well. We've seen Mines kind of start off with brawls that never. It's like not a brawl that actually ends the game though. It's a brawl that gets control of that area.
That was crazy. I forgot which game that was, but where it went to all 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But the first 2 was a brawl, and then everyone just backed off, and they're like, right, we're just going to hang out.
It's even rare, I would say, nowadays on Mines for like even a single tank to die in that initial conflict, because everyone is so good at knowing when like they're about to die and pulling back and being really careful. Every now and then someone does get kind of caught in the crossfire and does get killed. But the bat shots are the important ones on the I believe on the attacking side, it's easier for them to get up into that higher ground area. But on the defensive side, it's tougher. But still, we see both Batshat sometimes try to go up there, and then they end up fighting each other, and all the other object tanks like look at them, and then after the tank teams, whichever team realizes they're losing the battle, just has to go, all right, we got to back out or we just lose the game. We might be able to still win though if we can like go and lick our wounds and you know, come for another battle.
All right, we'll see how this pans out, guys. Here we go, on to first game on Mines. All right, welcome to game number 5, guys. Horsemen versus Team Efficiency. The score is tied 2-2, and Team Efficiency will be on the attack first.
All right, here we go. So taking a look at these tank lineups, 2 E5s for both teams, an IS-7 on Team Efficiency's side. That's pretty interesting. And a bat shot, whereas no bat shot whatsoever, no autoloaders whatsoever from Horsemen. They're just going to rely on the firepower of their 140s and T-54s backed up by their big, beefy E5s.
Yep, here we go. Both teams really just kind of... Oh, wow, they're not going to the mine
Team
area.
Efficiency's going to the underground. It almost looks like they want to try to sneak this base capture or something.
This is the opportunity to do so if they're going to sneak it.
This is so interesting.
Dexter
this is like
on
an
the
old school
IS-7,
strategy.
yeah.
We used to see 2 IS-3s go down into this capture point on this map sometimes.
Okay, obviously they know they're at the mine, realize there's no members of Team Efficiency. Where could they be? Colin is going to peek his head out and check it out. Horsemen are going to have to reply to this somehow. Everyone's going to come down, but we have Itis, Safi, and Death Skies over on the lighthouse side.
Oh, this is smart because we've got 4 supporting tanks for these 3 in the capture. And even if you hit one tank, you're going to need to hit all 3 of them eventually to reset all 3 timers, or it'll still go down.
Yes, and the tanks over on the lighthouse side, they're going to do some damage. They make sure that the base capture continues on.
This is really smart.
Great wiggling, yeah.
I really, really like this because this is like Team Efficiency basically going against the meta. And this is them saying, like, no one ever would expect this strategy. We might be able to make this work.
All right, we have None now. He's going to come down to the bottom part. And Skell has left the base capture. Griffs does go down. He gets blown up. Skell wants to take out None, but Gorilla's right above him. Not sure if that's the best idea. This plan may not have...
Well, you know, it nearly worked.
It nearly
worked, and I do like it. And I would never, like, if a team was down, like, 4-0, I would never say, like, this was a good plan. But, like, when you're tied 2-2 and Team Efficiency is just not as good as Horsemen overall, like, this is a cool strat that might just get you a free win.
That was actually really well done. I like how Death Skies was able to keep Dark EH Master and Sidonia Tommy completely at bay. They were over and nowhere near the base capture.
Yeah. Well, this is...
It was a good try. It was definitely a good try.
I mean, that's the kind of strategy, though, for those newer Tanks fans watching who haven't watched this all the time or, you know, it's one of your first times watching. A rush strategy like this either wins you the game or you lose the game. You don't transition out of this one. It's just you lost too much damage, you lost too many tanks, you lost too many hit points, and then you die. And we're going to watch them die now.
We're going to watch them die. So there's one. And Itis.
He's like, maybe I can kill Gorilla. Remember the guy who stayed in the game last time? I'll kill him this time. Sorry, Itis, this is not going to work out. On the attack as well, he would have to eliminate 4 tanks.
Itis is totally doing this. Like, you guys made that first game so long.
This could actually be like one of those things. I mean, this does happen in competitive play where teams are frustrated with each other and want to get into each other's heads like this. Unfortunately for Itis, I don't think he's going to be able to get in anyone's head anymore. Does hit Feluso for 248. I think that's about all he's gonna be doing. There he goes.
Oh, down. Here we go. All right, so Horsemen on a 3-game win streak now, and so yeah, Team Efficiency, guys, keep it together. I want the underdogs to like come out with a win, you know.
Well, they do need to really shape it up because another loss would mean that in best case scenario they win by tiebreaker, as we would go into a 4th win for Horsemen. But I feel like that was a really cool strategy. You know, I want to say like this was intelligent. This was you know, going against the meta because everyone is rushing to the top and they went around to the other side with E5s, and they had support tanks on the lighthouse area on the waterfront side to support any tanks that try to poke over and shoot down at them. This is a Horseman. I feel like they've seen this before. Like they dealt with it really well. But it almost worked. The capture point, I think, went down to like 5 seconds.
They
at one
got
point.
pretty low, down to
Yeah.
about 5 or 8, one of those two. But I thought it was really smart. They seized the opportunity, like we said about that first game. If you're going to do something crazy, you do it in the beginning and you overwhelm them from the start.
Yeah. This is not like one of those things where you saw Run do last season on Ruinberg, where I'm just like, well, I think your strategy was, I hope they miss us 3 times in a row. And if that happens, we just win. This is like really well planned, good positioning, good backup. This is definitely a really well practiced strategy by Team Efficiency. You could tell they probably ran this like 15, 20 times at least, you know, just in scrims and stuff to really get ready for this, and it's worked for them. And I have nothing bad to say about what Team Efficiency did. I have everything to say about how well Horsemen handled the defense, though, because that's a really awkward position where you have to get all of your tanks around them to where you can start picking off the hit points and resetting that base capture, because that's 3 tanks in there. It's not 2, it's not 1. And they've got 4 tanks on the waterfront supporting, and you don't know exactly where they're supporting from either, so you don't want to just charge in. That's not the right answer. Because that way, if you do that, then Team Efficiency just beats you by defending and then overwhelming your tanks, and then eventually Team Efficiency can actually just win by elimination.
Right.
So that was a really cool position game there.
I like that a lot. And again, if Team Efficiency was a little more accurate in their, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? If they were a little more accurate, period, then I think they would have been able to defend better and give that backup fire for the members in the capture point. But
yeah, and that's one of the stories of this series. I feel like when it came to strategy-wise, I feel like Team Efficiency has been bringing really cool strategies, really good. Like in the first game, they had what's the word I'm looking for? They basically just had the initiative. They saw the moment. They seized an opportunity. Whereas when it comes to the games that are decided by mechanics and raw firepower and how the shots are connecting, that's when Horseman's accuracy is just winning out every time.
All right. Well, they're going to switch sides now. They're going to be back on mines. And I know right now Horsemen are on a win streak. Hopefully this doesn't discourage Team Efficiency, but we will see how things go. Let's get into the game. All right, guys, here we go. Set number 6, Horsemen versus Team Efficiency. Horsemen with 3 wins, with Team Efficiency's 2, and Horsemen are going to attack now.
Yep. All right. Taking a look at tank lineups here. I think crazy. A 215B though for Death's guys. Oh, 2 bat shots.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 bat shots for Team Efficiency.
Especially
on the defense.
That's pretty old school, like in a way. Like we haven't really seen it in the tier 10 meta, but it reminds me when we saw 2 1390s sometimes on this map, like very rarely.
Speaking of which, we have a 1390 as well. So we have 3 autoloaders on the side of Team Efficiency. With
and again,
the 2 E5s, all object 140s, and
and again this time Horseman gains control of this area, and it's gonna be very difficult for Team Efficiency because they have so many tanks elsewhere. To win this. Oh, okay, I see the plan now. I see it. It's like in my brain. I can see like the lines being drawn.
Tell me.
The bat shots are going to try to come from behind and just blow them up and surprise them and scare them. It's just like, it's going to be the most terrifying thing ever in 2 bat shots. 2 bat shots, not even just 1 comes from behind. Because when 1 comes from behind, that's scary enough. But when 2 come from behind, that's a lot of surprise firepower you're not ready for.
Oh gosh, it's almost like Horsemen had a feeling about that too. They realized there's only 3 tanks of Team Efficiency on the bottom going to surround them completely.
And this is kind of aggressive by Horsemen. They realized it without having the information. Like they had a feeling because they don't have an RU-251 or even a T-54 lightweight checking the waterfront.
The Bashas need to come into this battle right now. They might be a little too late already, and I don't know if they're going to be able to make even a bit of a difference at all. I think they were a little too late.
Yeah, we'll see. They did get 1 kill here, but just looking at it, Feluso gets very low, but he's still alive. Down he goes. Once they run out of rounds, that's when you guys are going to see like just how useless these tanks are for a few seconds. So that's when they're going to
well,
die.
Itis is done now, and so he's going to have to run away. He is faster than all the other tanks. We'll see if he's able to. No, he's not.
And Death Guys are going to go down here. It looks like Team Efficiency has just kind of given this one up. You might be able to kill Tommy. Tommy's going to get 1 more shot off. Nope. Not going to finish him off. And Skell, the last man standing here.
The idea was good, just the bat shots needed to have been there faster and actually started to unleash their rounds, if you will.
Yeah.
Hor's been very smart in reading that and just they gave them a taste of their own medicine. They came and charged to Team Efficiency, and they're going to go ahead and take win number 4.
Yeah, there's four wins there for them. They're I'm like, I don't know, they're on match point. That game was again one of those Team Efficiency's got like these cool strats. Like they're like, all right, we got this other strategy, we have this strategy. It's not. I have to get to them. They're not showing us boring games because like, the strategies are cool. They make sense. I look at this and I go, oh, if this works out, this will be like everyone will be like, well, that was genius. But it's another one of those strategies where if it doesn't work out, you think maybe they shouldn't have done that. But I look at it and I go, well, Horsemen is the better team. Look at if you don't believe me, look at the points and look at the points last season. And I think Team Efficiency is really thinking outside the box to defeat a team that's stronger than them. And they put clearly a lot of time to preparing these strategies. The bat shots were late, obviously, but that was because the Horsemen realized that they were missing. And it's kind of crazy because Horsemen didn't have anyone spotting the waterfront side. So they could have been over there, and if the Horsemen went around the corner there, then Team Efficiency would have won if those bat shots were able to get clear shots. But I think they must have, like, it's almost like Horsemen heard that Team Efficiency does this strat sometimes or something because they knew what to do.
Yeah, I think that's just a really good call made by Horsemen. Like you said, they just noticed, wait, the bat shots are missing.
Yeah.
They're not shooting at us. There must be, oh, watch out, guys. Let's hurry up and get in there. While the bat shots are still on their way, that's a lot of autoloader damage that we can't be taking if we run away and just shoot at the rest of the remaining members. And
exactly.
That was very smart.
They just basically fought while the damage was gone, while those 2 autoloaders were not there.
Yep.
And then 2 autoloaders themselves can do a ton of damage no matter what situation it is. But this bat shots have like no health. And
glass cannons, man.
So when you're fighting with 2 bat shots, like one bat shot can kill like 2 tanks by itself if it hits all of its shots and gets like a second reload off or something when you have support for them. But when they're there by themselves, like we saw just how fast they died at the end with basically no backup. So moving on to our final map, barring a tiebreaker. Yeah, Ghost Town is going to be the next one.
Yep. And yeah, we're actually going into all 4 maps. This is surprising. But again, if Horsemen win this one, that's going to be a match point. They will go home with the 3 points. But you know what? Team Efficiency really gave them a run for their money.
Yeah, they really did. The attack is going to be for Horsemen first. So that's not a good thing for Team Efficiency, I feel, on this map. But let's see what cool strat Team Efficiency is going to show us here, because they've been just like everything they've done in every single game we've seen so far, all 6 games, whether it was the Himmelsdorf games or the 430s they were showing us on Cliff, or then the 2 completely different, unique, opposite strategies they showed us on Mines. They've got a strat for every map they're playing today, and they're really pulling them out. And I think we'll see something unique from them, no matter whether it's a win or a loss. I have faith that they'll show us something cool.
Okay, so Horsemen are changing up players right now too. I think Sidonia Tommy is coming down, and we're going to have Spencer in on this game.
Okay.
And once that has been all flip-flopped and sorted, we'll head into the battle pretty soon. But you're right, Horsemen on the attack, I'm not sure if...
It's going to be tough, but I feel like Team Efficiency's got a plan. The thing is, it's so hard to plan for this map, because there's 2 opposite things that could happen, 2 totally opposite setups. So you really have to have 2 plans for this map on the defense, like every time.
Yeah.
And maybe they do, because they've already shown us so many different plans today. I feel like they've got strats upon strats. They got like a bag of strats. I'm just pulling them out.
They're like, let's use this one now.
Yeah.
No, but
they like pull out. They're like, oh, it's the double bat shot from behind strat. Let's do it. Like.
No, but they've really been prepared for these games, and again, very good to see that they are making those strides. Just gotta be a little more accurate, guys. But here we go. I think the map is loaded, and we're gonna get into perhaps the last game of the set. All right, guys, welcome to set number 7. We are on Ghost Town, and the score is Horsemen 4, Team Efficiency 2. Horsemen, if they win this one, they go home with 3 points.
All right, so taking a look at these tank lineups. 2 E100s for Horsemen, 3 215Bs, a bat shat, and an Object 416. And then Team Efficiency running the Conquerors, their own E5s. 2 E100s, though, which I do like. And they're 50B instead of the bat shot, so a bit of a tougher autoloader.
the entire team, Team Efficiency, they're just going to run together. As you can see that they're heading to the B6 capture point area. But similarly, Horsemen are going to do the same. Minus the Batchat, seems that most of these tanks are going to meet them over by this base capture. I'm not sure if this is going to fare very well for them because they are outnumbered in a way.
Yeah, let's see how this works out. Feluso can get a lot of information here. You can see his 6th sense is going off. And the rest of the tanks for Horsemen might actually rotate back into the center capture point, just simply because they can figure out, Feluso especially can figure out how much defense is set up here for Team Efficiency right now.
Skell trying to get a good shot over. Misses. He does not connect. And
Horsemen just being patient here with these 215Bs. The E100 just sneaking around meanwhile. Ooh, if the E100s draw the attention at a really good angle here.
Oh, then Horseman can just go on in and...
Yeah, cut through them like a knife, basically.
Oh, gosh.
We'll see if it works out, though, because Death Skies and Momiji are also looking at the exact right location to stop this.
I mean, it's funny because it's the 2 E100s right around the corner, but that was a distraction. Look at that. Team Efficiency, they're going to be the ones to go in there, see if they could pick off the members. Death Skies and Momoji are going to join the fray.
It's going to be like the first brawl ever on Ghost Town, basically, like
wow.
that place like this.
All right, Maul giving some cover fire from behind. They can focus fire none down, then that would be very beneficial for them. Archon, however, is the first to go. Dark DH Master.
Feluso's now coming in to join the battle as well in that tier 9. We'll see if we can actually do a little bit more extra damage. This is definitely a better trade for for Team Efficiency so far. 2 kills here, though,
Spencer
for Horsemen.
does come in with that bat shot and starts cleaning up shop.
And look at this, they're blocking it to protect him as well. Momiji can't hit him. This is actually so funny. Spencer's actually going to be able to kill Momiji here if he wants to use his rounds that way. Uh-oh, Colin, man, you got to keep blocking, though.
Dexta goes down. Griffs is going to, there's, Maul from behind, though. He just showed out of nowhere. Colin may take some damage.
So basically now Spencer needs to escape for a little while to reload. And during this time, like you said, Ma is doing a ton of damage.
He sure is. Momoji, this reload time is so long.
Ooh, and he got a good shot on Momiji there. It's really important. Spencer's probably nearly reloaded at this point.
Ma is as well. He's just kind of waiting, and then once he's full rounds again, he can come in and try to clean up Colin.
Oh my god, it's so important that Feluso missed that shot. That means Momiji lives.
Colin, 1, 2, and these are some huge shots, 3.
The problem is, though, that now he only has 1 shot left, and he's just going to have that long reload time.
Yes.
Where's Spencer? Spencer needs to come help out. He's on his way.
Yep, and on that 50B, he's not going to be able to run away fast at all. That was really well done by Team Efficiency. Again, it was the accuracy that's hurting them.
Yeah, really well done. Also, the 1390, the 25 ton, the Batchat was there first before the 50B. So they got the damage there, got it done faster. And that game was like, if you want to look at a game, if someone ever asks you, like, why would a team pick a 50B over a Batchat? Like, what are the differences? That game shows that the Batchat is faster and reloads faster, and the 50B is more powerful. So. Okay,
well, that was incredible. Team Efficiency did take 2 wins in that series, but Horsemen, they were able to go ahead and take those 3 points basically for that first series. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back with the next matchup, which is PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, and we are here now with PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming. This is going to be the second matchup of the evening. We're going to go straight into the team rosters and introduce to you the PvP Super Friends one more time.
Now, the Super Friends, as you might have expected if you've never seen them before, do have a lot of Super Friends names, and there are a lot of superheroes: Batman, Superman, Little Mac, the old Punch-Out character from the old Nintendo, if you guys remember that old game, and
Robin
as well, yep. His sidekick, who was part of the Super Friends. Imbalance. You got other players like Spec Ops, Ted Amaro, a really good player, Kane, a really good player as well. Imbalance also, has shown us some good games, as well as Antare. So, this team, I feel like they're about middle of the road right now. They've shown us some really cool games, and I think they do have a chance of beating B Gaming today. Yeah,
but it depends again which B Gaming team is going to show up. The one that we saw just on Thursday was incredible, was absolutely incredible, Wolf. And here we are. Here's B Gaming, 7mm Karaya Taki and Nipa Tamati Super Hiroshi, and Tiltil Matil, the best name to debut here on the Gold Series.
That's right. Now, I don't care if that's how you pronounce it or not. That's how we pronounce it. Sorry, Tiltil Matil, if you're upset about that.
No, that's the only way you can pronounce it, right?
It might even just be like he was typing it in another language or something. That's how it came out in English. I'm not sure. But he's actually one of their better players right now, I'd say, and one of their newer players for sure.
Yeah, and I just like this team. So, for example, like we said last week, they didn't really win much, and I was kind of getting worried. I sat there going, wow, B Gaming, they did an interview saying that they wanted to be, a really top-tier team, that they know the Karen Tigers are better than them, et cetera, but they didn't show up. And then, come Thursday, bam, they just were plowing through everyone, and showed us some amazing games. So we're gonna have to see what kind of team shows up today. We have a map list now of the ones that they picked. We have Ruinberg first, then Mines, Cliff, and then Ghost Town.
So no Himmelsdorf in this one.
Yeah.
And we're starting on Ruinberg, which is again one of our lesser seen maps this season. So this is going to be a pretty fiery match, because Ruinberg does sometimes have big aggressive fights. Ruinberg is a map we see a lot of teams try to rush the capture point as well. Then Mines always starts off with a fight at the very least, and then Cliff, well, we've already seen two games as to how that one goes, and then Ghost Town is our final map. And then Steps again is our tiebreaker map, both series so far, if we get to it.
If we get to it. So yeah, like you said, looks like it's going to be a fiery one. I am really excited to see what kind of B Gaming team is going to show up tonight. Yeah,
me too. I'm pretty curious to see as well about the Super Friends, what kind of strategies they're going to show us, because like Team Efficiency showed us earlier today, Super Friends are that team that does do some pretty unique stuff, and they have their own way of doing things. Batman is a very fun player. He's kind of a goofy guy, and generally he's a personality that's kind of a little bit trolly even, so we'll see what he's got planned today.
We will absolutely do that. I think the game is loaded, and we're going to start everything off with set number 1. Welcome to set number 1 of PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming, and the Super Friends are going to go ahead and attack first.
All right, taking a look at these tank lineups here for Ruinberg. Let's look at Super Friends first. I'm going to go through them as quickly as I can, because this map does kind of get going really fast. They got a 215B, 2 IS4s, 2 E5, so already showing us something kind of unique at a 1390. 3 E5s. So the 2 IS are slow tanks, but they're very powerful, but also they can take a lot of damage. The Tank Destroyer for Tamati, he's basically been showing us Voffin's, the E100 so much recently. A Conqueror and a T-54 E1 as their tier 9s. 3 215Bs. Okay, so it's not entirely clear yet what strategy we're going to see from B Gaming, but it looks like what we're seeing from Super Friends is that they are going to aggressively push the lesser taken path up here to the B5 capture point.
Wow, and the base capture going to start? Are they actually driving by, or actually
the
IS-4s
are one of them is in it, the second one is nearby, and they're really just trying to brute force their way down and take this capture point. And what we're seeing today a lot of is teams actually going against the grind of the meta. And we're seeing that again here where usually... And so they're trying to rush that and try to overwhelm that tank, but we're seeing B Gaming has also bluffed many more tanks this time, so they're having a harder time with it, but getting to the better ends of the trays, already killing Samo and Tamati. We'll see if they can actually keep this momentum up. 10 seconds to go on base capture right now.
Wow, I can't believe it was able to go on for as long as it did. Base capture down to 10 seconds already.
No, it's important that Q does not get hit because he is the one that has the most cap time, and oh, there he got hit. So this actually could start to backfire here. Kane is also nearby.
Yes, they have left the base capture now, but they want to make sure that Neat Mania is taken care of first.
Now, don't forget that these two IS-4s are not going to be consistent damage dealers over time, so the fact that they remain here is good, but obviously not. It's not going to be a game winner necessarily when you look at the hit points of these two teams. It's more important to know that Super Friends has 6 tanks remaining to 4, make that 3 of B Gaming. And Kane's still alive here.
I can't believe that. Kane with 40 HP, he's going to still stand there. He will go down, but without, I mean, he's still doing damage, right?
Yeah.
Tiltil and Super Hiroshi are the last 2 left, and as of right now, I think him just coming in, oh gosh.
He kills Kane at least.
Yeah, but
that's all he's going to get.
It was like a last minute thing. These 2 tanks are the last ones left. Let's make that one. Tiltil is the last one, and we're going to see a very, very short set number 1.
Yep, and it is going to go to the Super Friends, so wow, definitely not what I expected, especially with these tank lineups and strategies that we saw these two teams do. Well, down goes Tiltil, and Super Friends will take game number 1. But let's talk about that strategy we just saw there. Super Friends basically went for a rush push. Now, what we've seen most teams do on the defense on this map is leave one IS-7, just kind of like you see the IS-7 used alone to block the capture on the railroad side on Himmelsdorf. You have one IS-7, or sometimes we've even seen the MAUs used on this map for that reason, to block that. So if you bring 4 tanks over there and overwhelm those tanks, that or that one tank sometimes it's a 1390 and a mouse. If you kill those 2 tanks like 4v2, then you're in the capture point and the rest of the tanks are out of position and you win an early fight. But what we saw from B Gaming is they did not leave just one tank there, and even still they really struggled to deal with this push and they lost too many tanks early on.
You've basically said it all. I'm sitting here going, is there anything else to add really? No. That was a very clean first game.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty basic. I mean, the strategy was weird in that it wasn't weird, but it was just it was like kind of unknown to us. We haven't really seen that one yet this season, so it was kind of cool in that regard. But the strategy itself was very simple, even simpler than some of the strategy we just saw from Team Efficiency, where it's like, oh, they got 2 bat shots and they have to come at the perfect time. Like that's really complicated. Or Team Efficiency's decision on Himmelsdorf to run in with 4 tanks and kill the 2 tanks in the base capture on Himmelsdorf. That's like a really complicated situation that can only occur under certain circumstances. But what we just saw there was really very basic. Like, okay, we're going to rush this capture point. We're going to wipe out these tanks. The small amount of tanks they expected. Then there was an even larger amount of tanks there than they expected, and they still won the fight. So that's somewhat worrisome for B Gaming, I would say, because I feel like they should have been able to turn that one around based on the strategy chosen.
Right. Oh, well, it's only been 1 game now. I don't want to judge B Gaming on which team is showing up tonight so far. And last week, too, when they were doing very well, I think they did start with match number 2. They did have the doubleheader, and they performed very well. So we'll go into the next one, and
as soon as
they're going to be the ones. Yeah, they're going to be the ones on the attack this time. So
you're definitely not going to see anything quite like what we just saw last game, I don't think, unless B Gaming is like, we'll give you a taste of your own medicine. That would be really weird. We don't normally see that.
I think B Gaming is ready. We're just waiting on Super Friends now to finalize their roster, basically, and their picks. And then we should be able to get into the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still picking tanks.
Yep,
so it
looks like the teams are still not 100% ready yet on what tanks they have. I'm sure they'll be ready in just a moment.
Yep.
Just kind of a weird circumstance there in just that B Gaming still couldn't repel those tanks. I think maybe they were caught a bit off guard regardless of what happened. But when you look at what the 2 teams did, like when you put if you line up the 2 strategies together, it's almost like Rock in paper. Like it was like B Gaming was paper, but they still lost. Like they had the tanks in position to defend that,
Yeah.
but they couldn't do it just the same.
All right, I think they are ready. Yes, we got the ready sign, and so we'll have to go in and see if B Gaming can pull it off being on the attack. You're right, I think they got a little overwhelmed, but maybe they've collected themselves. They take this time right now to pick the tanks and really come up with another strategy. I think we are ready now. Let's get into set number 2. Welcome back, everyone. PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming in set number 2. Super Friends took a pretty hefty, fast win on that first game, and now B Gaming will be on the attack.
All right, taking a look at B Gaming's tanks first, because the attack's more important, I think, to discuss. 3 215Bs, a Batshot, an Object 140 sneaks into the lineup, and 2 T54s, whereas we have 3 E5s and 3 215Bs for the Super Friends. Kind of a catch-all lineup that's pretty safe against anything. The only thing that's really missing for Super Friends is a heavy tank to watch the base capture point to the north. You know, that B5 point. So we'll see if this works out for them. We're actually going to see all tanks moving to the bottom right.
B Gaming is pushing all the way to the bottom right, while Super Friends are going to go ahead to the little village area on the eastern side of the map. This is quite interesting. Even the Batshot, he kind of took a detour, but he's going to go ahead and join the rest of his team.
Yeah, the Batshot is a very fast tank, and so it does sometimes serve the scouting role. Sometimes ill-fated as well, and in this case taking a lot of damage.
Right, but the entire team of B Gaming is here. Batman takes a bit of damage, so does Q.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a better trade for B Gaming overall, I have to say, and their positioning is solid.
And they have they're utilizing these houses very well to provide that kind of cover for them as they attack.
Yeah. Well, it's going to quiet down
now,
here for just a minute.
They need to stop moving. They're like, nope, I like this position. We're going to stay right here. Little Mac takes a bit of damage from Tiltil Matil.
It's funny when we have all these 215Bs firing at far range because that's not really their role, but they're doing it pretty well. Now, Antare is going to try to come around here, but Tiltil Matil knows about this, and he's even going to hit him first.
Wow.
Great map awareness here for B Gaming.
Yeah, Batman does go down, and he is the first casualty of this match.
Yeah, Samo taking a little bit of damage here, but massive advantage, massive lead to B Gaming right now. And they already are in good position. You know, they're very close to the capture point. Spec Ops taking a lot of damage too.
They really don't want to be surprised like they were in game number 1. And B Gaming just seemed to be a lot more secure in what they're doing this time around.
Yeah. Spec Ops.
And Antare.
Yeah,
little by little.
Very little by little, like you said, getting chipped away here. Spec Ops still alive, but let's see how long he can survive through this.
Not very long, because Spec Ops does go down.
Yeah, to a T54 nonetheless. This is still a winnable game for Super Friends. It's going to be very difficult, though. They need to be really efficient. That was a great shot by Antare. That's one way to try to turn it around.
Oh, just everywhere on the map, everyone is just wiggling about, trying to get that perfect shot, but there's always another tank around another corner waiting for them to show their turrets, and we can see just the numbers popping up everywhere on your screen right now, guys.
Very slow battle here.
Yep.
Samo goes down, and again, Antare is really pulling his weight this game, and this is a game that Super Friends can still win.
7mm tries to take that shot on Ted Morrow, does not connect. He's gonna try it again. Oh, he gets it this time.
Yeah. And a very close game, actually. Right now, 5 tanks to 6 in B Gaming's favor. Oh man, Ted Morrow getting another great shot on 7mm as well, right on the back side there.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of HP overall, they're pretty close to one another as well. This could kind of go either way at this point.
Antare is really controlling this entire space, and he has all game long, and if he gets another good direct hit on 7mm, he'll nearly kill him.
Oh,
Tiltil Matil getting a great shot,
though. He needs to be careful because Tiltil Matil is right behind him as well. But the shot is aimed at him. 7mm is going to come out and see if he could do some damage, and he does.
Tari, I feel like, might want to just give this position up at this point. He's already done enough.
He's done quite a bit. There's only 4 tanks left for Super Friends.
Yeah.
And everyone, 6 tanks left for B Gaming, but they are pretty low.
Yeah. But again, having a lot of tanks with low health does mean greater firepower.
Absolutely. As long as the tank is still up and moving, that's still, pure damage that can be done. Nipa does go down for B Gaming. And Tari, really, yeah, you're right, pulling his weight. He's just been here doing a lot of damage.
Looks like he's now going to be overwhelmed, though, if 7mm comes out to meet him.
Antari will take one more shot, still chips him down. Finally does go down. There's only 2 members left. Q is going to be the next target. There he goes, and the RU-251 not really going to be able to do a whole lot. Looks like he's going to run away, but...
Yeah, even on the defense here with 5 minutes to go, though, he's not going to be able to change the tide of this battle. And we are going to have now a tied series with B Gaming winning game number 2.
Yep.
So 1-1 is our score now.
1-1. So Ruinberg, obviously the attack is the place you want to be here.
Yeah, so far, that last game was pretty, it was like the opposite of the first game. The first game was very basic, and like I could just sum it up in a few words as I did, but in this game that we just saw, it was more about just better trades overall going to B Gaming, and the tank lineup they had too wasn't even necessarily better. It's just that they got a large advantage, and they were able to keep their tanks alive more consistently, which is why at the end of the day, as long as, like you said, as long as the tank is still alive, it still can move, it can get information, it can do damage, and that's why even if the hit points are exactly the same, 6 tanks with low health versus 4 tanks with medium to high health, 6 tanks is still better.
6 tanks is still better. That's still 6 more shells. There's 6 more rounds that you can really just dish out.
Well, we're not doing AMX 5100s where like an AMX 5100 in the past could kill like 4 tanks by itself because it had so many autoloader rounds. They're just like there's like 5 tanks there with low health and just each round kills a tank. Like it's not like that anymore.
No.
We had no autoloaders in that fight either. So.
So the next one is going to be Mines, and we're going to go ahead and introduce this map to you. Here it is in all its glory.
Yep, so it's our first map VCR of the evening, so let's talk a little bit about this map. We already saw it once today earlier. Really unique strategies on this map. I think we're probably going to see a little bit more standard play when we watch these two teams clash on it, but the map is basically decided by a few different strategies, and I'll talk about them once we get the mini-map overlay so I can kind of explain. But this capture point we saw rushed today by Team Efficiency. It did not end up working for them in the end, but we don't normally see that. What we normally see is teams pushing out towards the mine, which is that higher ground area where the roads kind of connect in the middle.
Right in the middle of the map. And the 2 base capture points on each side of the map. The one on the east side, not used too often. We haven't really seen tanks, trying to capture that point. But as we saw today, that base capture down by the beach, that's definitely something that's been contested several times now.
Yeah, and we do see a lot of the time the early game is dominated by fights on that high ground or towards that high ground to see who can get control. Whoever does get control of that will sometimes get an advantage. But usually the brawl that we see there, which is basically an all-out brawl, a 7v7 fight, the winner gets a small advantage, but the game is usually not decided there. And usually that small advantage leads to the team that loses that fight having to reposition and rethink their strategy.
Okay, so B Gaming, we're getting notification that they're having a little bit of connection issues right now too, so we're gonna have to wait for that to be sorted out. Man, is the weather really bad around Asia today?
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't even that cold the past few days.
No,
so
it's actually been nice.
It was really nice. I mean, all things considered, yeah.
It was not minus, 10 Celsius.
As it was last week.
As it was last week.
Like, that's when my eyeballs are frozen when we go outside. I'm like, this isn't healthy.
Yeah. I think last week when we were leaving the studio after our cast, I looked and it was like -7. I was sitting there like, like my fingers are frozen as I'm trying to hit the elevator door.
Well, what happened to me as well was when I went outside, there was like a taxi line that was at least an hour long, so I was like on the hunt for a taxi. And I had my iPad with me, but no bag, and the iPad's metal back was like freezing in my hand. I was like, oh God.
It's like stuck to you, actually.
Yeah, basically it was like frozen to my hand. I'm like, oh.
But yeah, it's actually only about 0 now, so.
Yeah.
Woo.
So just around freezing for those Americans who don't do Celsius. But yeah, it's a bit strange around all these technical problems. It looks like everything's sorted out now.
Yes, I'm glad B Gaming has sorted things out, and we are now ready. We're going to go ahead onto Mines. All right, welcome to set number 3. We have PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming on Mines now. The score is tied 1-1. Super Friends will attack first.
Now, speaking of Super Friends attacking first, they're bringing a much more heavy-handed composition with 5 E5s, a 215B, and an RU-251. Whereas what we're seeing from B Gaming is more flexible because they have a lineup that consists of mobile tanks as well as, fighter tanks. Like they've got a 215B 183, they have 3 140s, a 1390, an AMX 50B, and just a regular 215B. So they're looking to kind of spread out and not go to that battle we were talking about, that brawl, because they know when they look at this tank lineup of Super Friends that they cannot compete with that firepower straight up, so they're going to use their mobility instead.
And Super Friends, that's what they wanted to do. They're going to go ahead and head over to the mines to just realize that B Gaming is not there. They're not there to have that brawl that they maybe expected or wanted to have, especially with all those E5s like you mentioned.
Yeah. Oh, Q taking some damage. Just a little bit. We didn't see from what, but at this point, I mean, this is going to be like how Super Friends now has to rethink how they want to get an advantage with this lineup, because they can't just run forward because they're going to be basically just shot at from all different angles here. The tanks of B Gaming are spread out and well hidden.
All right, Kane on the 251, he's going to go and scout out. He goes, obviously, we know B Gaming is not at the mines. Where could they possibly be?
Oh, he's even going to go on the capture point, it looks like here. He's just barely inching forward until he's in there.
That's the one that we never get to see used. That's amazing.
Yeah, we actually have seen it only like 2 times this season, and one time was even the time that you weren't here. It was when I was commentating with your brother, but the map is usually just won by elimination. Every now and then the waterside capture point.
I like how Samo has just been driving around and figuring out where Super Friends are. This is smart by Super Friends because obviously they know that no one at B Gaming is near the mine, so it's like, hey, why not? Let's start this base capture, have them come out and play with us. But at the same time, there's Samo on that 1390. He's going to go around and gather as much information as he can.
And Kane's already eaten up 30 seconds of this base capture, and he's in such a good position that no one's going to be able to hit him from long range. They will have to come near him to deal with him. So right now, B Gaming has about 60 seconds to figure out how they want to approach this, because he's not revealed. He cannot be hit. Samo is the closest one to hitting Kane, and even he can't make a shot right now.
Yeah, members of B Gaming, they're still holding their ground. They're sitting there in the position. There's 43 seconds left on this base capture. You're right, nobody's really doing anything about it. Samo, Sixth Sense has gone off, and I think they're going to possibly bring him in there to stop this base capture. He does. He takes quite a bit of a hit, but you know what? Base capture has been stopped, and now it's the battle of the Tier 8. Samo does go down. Hey, Batman, it was supposed to be the 2 Tier 8s battling it out. Yeah. What are you doing?
He's cheating.
What a cheater.
But this is a great way to transition when your plan with running these E5s goes awry. Just set up a small advantage like this where you force them to come out of their hiding, and you get a free tank kill, basically. Kane is barely alive, but he's still alive, and that was a better, more positive trade for Super Friends.
Yep, and B Gaming now, they don't have their scout. They don't have the guy who was up there watching what was going on for Super Friends. But this is interesting because they are still very patiently in their positions. They're not really moving. I'm really hoping that this is a tactical move and not a connection issue.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were gonna say there. Then I'm like,
No, but seriously, they're not.
Sometimes every now and then we're watching these and I'm like, did they DC? And then one guy moves. I'm like, oh no, they're all just
they're
so
all
still right
here.
now.
All right, obviously they haven't. We can see Super Hiroshi and Neat Mania. They are moving around.
And again, this is on Super Friends to make the move because they're on the attack.
They are 6 minutes left on the clock.
I think actually going back towards capture point number 1 would not be a bad idea. They have 2 tanks nearby, and they could force, again, B Gaming to come out of their defensive concave position. They're all wrapped around.
Right, and they don't have any fast tanks to really push over there, zip in, zip out like that RU-251. Or the 1390, rather.
Yeah, they lost it. And even just putting Kane in there with 50 health would put on a lot of threatening power. Looks like they're just going to slowly push. Again, this is one of the weaknesses of the E5s. They're not as good at range as Optic 140s are, and they're not as quick. So if the Optic 140s just kind of avoid the battle and keep chipping away at them and running away, then they'll eventually wear down those E5s to nothing.
Q and Little Mac going to head over to the lighthouse. see if they could get a better shot onto Nipa and Neat Mania.
Yeah. So,
That
I
seems
think
to be
that
the best choice right now. Yeah, they want to just get that better high ground.
I think that Nipa and Super Roshi and Neat Mania can all just kind of take a few shots and then get out of there and surrender this location and meet up with the rest of the tanks.
Nipa does take a little bit. But while this is going on, Super Friends have not. You're right. I think it'd be okay for them to go ahead and try to take base capture number 1.
They have total control over the area. Mm-hmm. The 50B is all the way to the southeast, and would not be able to really get a clear line of sight over there.
Okay, so yeah, here's Nipa. We can see him hidden behind this rock. He hasn't really moved, but wants to take, perfect shots here. No mistakes. He's gonna come out a little bit, take a shot. The sixth senses are going off on both sides of the islands.
This has been quite a calm and quiet one, to say the least, with not much happening. Now, finally, we're going to see this big push by the Super Friends, but again, these Object 140s can just leave after taking a few shots. Nipa's in a really good safe spot here.
Wow, he definitely avoided all of those shots, but they are coming for him. There's E5s coming for you,
He's
buddy.
just trying to hide, but I mean, dude, they know you're there.
They know you're there.
You just shot at them.
Neat Mania also in a very good position. I like how they're using these rocks. All right, Batman does get hit, but so does Nipa.
And again, this is just basically E-Gaming trying to use their accuracy over distance to chip away at these tanks, almost like these Object 140s are little snipers. And the 50B is doing something as well over there. I couldn't see exactly who's firing at, but
I mean, it's interesting because Antare, Tedmaro, they're all over on the high ground by the mine. So no matter which way members of B-Gaming go, they're going to get hit, as we just saw right now.
it's like basically the Super Friends just push these Object 140s like shuffleboard pieces, but they not only do they push them away, they're actually going to kill all of them, and I think that B-Gaming should not have allowed that to happen.
Yeah, Super Hiroshi being wide open, just trying to run away, and that was not going to happen. 7mm next.
We just saw B-Gaming basically use a composition that's designed to outmaneuver this comp that we're seeing from Super Friends, and then they just simply did not outmaneuver. They didn't use their tools that they had.
Right.
And Super Friends is going to run away with this game. Obviously, they already have 2 tanks left to kill, and they will go up in this series. I mean, kind of a weird game from B-Gaming, almost disappointing. We know they had connection issues before. Maybe there was a little bit of lag or something, because they simply could have just gotten out of there and repositioned them. They just kind of stayed and died.
They did. Again, like we said, with the 1390 being killed off early on by the first base capture, and they just kind of still sat there. They didn't really come up with anything new. I mean, at the same time, they are on the defense, and they're probably just sitting there waiting for Super Friends to do something else. And here's the something else that didn't really work out for them. Tamati does go down. Tiltil Mattel is the last one left, but not for long.
Looks like Super Friends will take this win without losing a single tank as well, which is always good for the morale.
Wow, I can't believe Cade lasted this whole time.
Yep, he just stayed away. And he won it back in the base capture, and there you go. Super Friends will take it, and they will take a 2-1 lead. And you brought up a good story basically for today about B-Gaming. Which B-Gaming do we see today? And a bit worried about the one we're seeing in that last game in particular. It just did not look like B-Gaming. I know that B-Gaming would just use those Object 140s to chip away and escape, but instead they stayed so long that they couldn't escape. And three E5s killed 3 Object 140s in a 3v3 fight that should have never occurred, and half of the fight was them running away too late, so they were just getting killed. So.
Yeah, the running away, especially on that map by the waterfront, there's absolutely nothing there, and it's a flat terrain.
They had so much time to escape, and they waited way too long.
Yeah.
And it was just weird, because they also were not being aggressive from that position either. So, if you want to argue why they might have stayed, like maybe they thought they could focus fire down one of the tanks with 3 Object 140s, they didn't do it. So it's like I can't argue for why they would have stayed there at all.
It beats me, Wolf. You're the analyst here, so.
It was definitely strange. It was a game you look at and you go, that wasn't quite what I expected. Looks like Karaya is being put in, though. I'm not sure who was switched out.
Okay, they will probably let us know.
I'm just looking at who's
Nipa
left.
is
Nipa
out.
is out.
Yes,
okay.
Nipa is out. Karaya is in. and they're going to change up their lineup. The tanks have been picked now.
And Nipa was one of those players that made, I feel like, one of the mistakes over there. And he also like stayed in the bush, which they already knew he was there, so I thought that was a bit strange.
That was interesting.
So I feel like that's the kind of thing where I look at this and I go, that might have been a connection problem or something weird, because they already had connection problems earlier.
Maybe it was Nipa with the connection problem, and that's why they're like taking him out and putting someone new in. I mean, these are all hypotheticals, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't actually know what's going on in that team house right now. But
or even if they're in a team house.
That's true. They could be in 7 different houses, or well, more than 7 houses, obviously. At least 7 different houses.
Unless some of them live together, and then we can have like this whole hypothetical.
Sure. Okay, so like 2 of them in
roommates
one house.
Or like
right.
Anyway. Looks like the tanks have been picked on both sides.
And actually, looking at the players, by the way, I'm looking at it right now. Nipa's offline. His connection is down. I can even see it right here. So like our theory is correct. It seems like Nipa had connection problems.
I love it when we theory craft and it's right.
And that's why like I think that happened, because I can look at this and objectively I could object 40 or object 140. We look at this and say those object 140 should not have been there. They should have left. And he shouldn't have been in the bush like that. But if he just DC'd and the tanks just like rolled back, I'm like, oh, that kind of makes more sense. So I think
are you object 140ing or are you object 430ing?
140ing in this case.
Okay.
I would never go full object 430 like Team Efficiency did earlier. I'd never do that.
All right. Well, it looks like everything is set. We have our new player. We're going to get ready and head into the next game. All right, guys, here we go. Set number 4, PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming. Super Friends up 2 games to B Gaming's 1. And now it is B Gaming's turn to attack.
All right, so let's take a look at these lineups. Super Friends are bringing the same E5 lineup. It worked for them last game, so I don't blame them for that. We're going to see the 113 coming in here. Samo bringing that heavy tank in. 2 50Bs, 2 Object 140s, and a Batchat. So 3 autoloaders for B Gaming. This is very much like what we would have seen on this map last season, except with 50, 100s, and 1390s. All right, well, they do rush in here.
Yep, here we go. There's that brawl right in the center, and it looks like PvP Super Friends, they're like, yes, this is the battle that we had prepared for. This is why we have the E5s.
They have to be careful about the autoloaders, though, of B Gaming, because that's a lot of extra damage. And those autoloaders weren't ready to fire, but now they're fully operational. Firing down Super Hiroshi is doing some damage. And Karaya's coming around on that RU-251, so brave.
Oh, gosh.
But it's very difficult to fire up at that location. That's why we see him rush to it. Ooh, Little Mac is like really charging, and they all are. He's got his friends behind him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fight that they were waiting for. This is what they wanted last game, and here they're finally able to do that. Tamati's down very low, so is Karaya. Karaya goes down, and it just left and right. It looks, but you know what? PvP Super Friends, they're the ones who are suffering from this.
Yeah, well, now that the 50Bs are offline, though, this is their opportunity. They need to take it. The 50Bs are reloading. And, you know, I just don't feel like they're getting enough out of this. And actually, Super Hiroshi is still able to fire, so I take it back. The 50Bs are down, but the Batchat is not, and it's still doing damage.
It is doing a lot of damage. Super Hiroshi from the back line doing quite a bit, and now he's trying to run away. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. Q definitely has his number and wants to make sure he can shoot him down. Super Hiroshi.
He's like already given up.
He's like, oh man, I'm not going to be able to reload anytime soon.
Well, let's see. The 50Bs are back online now.
All right. Well, it is a 2v3 at this point.
I think that B Gaming should win this unless the autoloaders really mess up.
Oh gosh, yep. And Q.
Q has a chance because Neat Mania only has 2 shots left. That's why he's waiting for Tiltil Matil to be closer to being reloaded. So that way, when a Neat Mania is out of shots, then he'll have shots. And Q has to test the waters he doesn't know. I don't think Q can win this fight. There's just no way. By the time he's out of rounds, now Tiltil Matil is going to be reloaded. And he should just be able to hit Q once in the face and finish it off. All
3 of them want to hit him in the face. They're like, who wants to take a shot, guys? Who wants it? Tiltil Matil says, I will go in. And down goes Q.
He's down at like no health. Okay, there he goes. So B Gaming will tie it up 2-2. And this has been one of our closer series this entire
Yeah,
tournament.
they're going back and forth, trading wins, which is showing us that the attack side for both these teams are the more beneficial.
Seems to be that way. That game was weird because the lineup that we saw from B Gaming was so last season. You know what I mean? In a sense, like it was like, okay, we've got a few tanks to support our autoloaders. The autoloaders, we protect them, they do a ton of damage. While they're reloading, we swap them, we rotate them. We saw teams like Karen Tiger and EL really do quite well at this. I think that's why they did so well last season, because they knew how to protect their autoloaders and make sure that their reload times were not in sync with each other, so you didn't have long periods of time where both autoloaders were like offline. But this time they even had 3 autoloaders, so there was always one autoloader doing a ton of damage. They got an early advantage in that fight, and then the autoloaders kept getting protected while they cleaned up house. And I feel like that lineup isn't necessarily like the best you could do on mines, but it worked out for them in the end. And we saw Super Friends even almost was able to come back there. If they had any other tank like that was at full health with that 215E,
E5, right?
Yeah, sorry, with the E5, then it would have been a different story, because with that long reload time, they would have been able to just capitalize on that moment.
All right, so we go into Cliff now. And as we've been seeing brawls on mines, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same thing on Cliff. It looks like B Gaming is on the attack first, so possibly they will go ahead and take this win.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that's been the pattern so far. As an analyst, I can't say that's the reason, but I mean, like, if I'm a statistician, I'd be like, well, I mean, there's a 100% chance like they should win this, right?
We are 4 for 4.
We have a pattern now, so there's data. But I don't know. I feel like the way these games are going is strategically, Super Friends are playing better, and then for like better engagements, like better mechanics, that's how we're seeing B Gaming win, and that's somewhat similar to what we saw earlier. It's like Horsemen's mechanics were better, the strategies were better than team efficiency. So it's kind of cool that we get to see 2 similar best of 9s back to back. That we have different teams with different strengths, both taking maps off of the other.
Yeah, it's been an interesting night so far for sure. All right, well, here we go. We are going to get set up on Cliff. Like I said, B Gaming is going to be on the attack first. Let me see if I can cheat a little bit and see what tanks we have here. Do you want me to tell you?
I'm looking at them too. I'm cheating today.
Do you want me to tell you? That's probably the question.
We should just wait until the end of the game.
Yeah.
Because I think that's ready.
Oh, you're so right. We are ready. Let's get into Cliff. Welcome everyone to Cliff. This is set number 5, PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming. The score is tied 2-2. Will B Gaming be able to win this next one, as you know the stat gods have deemed?
Yeah, the attack is the best. That's how these games have been played today. Well, Super Friends are really rolling with their E5 lineup again. The difference being they're running an STB1 with it and a 251 or U251, and they're only bringing 4 E5s, so they swapped an E5 for the STB1. And for the B Gaming side of things, they're bringing 2 Object 140s and 2 430s, 1 140, a Bashat, 2 250 T54s, and an STB1. This is why I have to look at the tanks before and now, because we have so many different tanks viable now.
That is very, very true. The Object 430s, I made a mistake earlier. I was mixing it up with some other tank, tier 9. They are tier 10 tanks.
Yeah, they're tier 10s.
Obviously, they have to be tier 10 tanks.
But the tanks, the lineup that we see B Gaming do is the kind of mix I was talking about that I liked a lot more, so I do like the way they're doing this better.
Ooh, here we go. There's the brawl has begun, and there are shells thrown everywhere.
And Super Hiroshi is doing damage for free, and that's never a good thing.
Never a good thing. Spec Ops is going to be probably the first one down. He goes, Super Hiroshi takes his, oh wow, on that bat shot. Where is he? I don't even see where he is.
He's all the way on the west side.
Wow, that is
no one is looking
great
at him.
Positioning. Batman is going to try to get into the face, but oh, there he goes. Little Mac, this doesn't look very good for PvP Super Friends.
Yeah, Neat Mania does fall here, but Super Friends definitely down on their luck right now. Although that reload is occurring for Super Hiroshi right now, Little Mac will be the next to fall. They're being outmaneuvered. And this is why I was surprised B Gaming lost with a lineup like this on mines, where they were just simply not maneuvering. It was clearly because of the connection, because you see them do a very similar situation here, and they just use their maneuverability to actually win the fight.
All right, Matil goes down. It is a 4v4. Let's make that a 3v4. And Super Hiroshi should be up now. He's got he's got 2 rounds left.
Yeah, and Kane is one of the 3 tanks left. Keep that in mind because he's basically not a fighter.
He's just kind of sitting there. He's trying to do a little bit of damage, but not really going to make that much of a hurrah, if you will. Q falls, and Antari and Kane, last 2 tanks standing. Kane's like, no, I want to be a part of this. Takes a hit onto Tamati, but it's not going to be enough.
Would have had one more round, but he actually did not communicate with Karaya there, so they actually both fired at the same time.
I love that Super Hiroshi is going to go ahead and try to look for Kane.
Yeah, so he basically was reloading, so he was like, all right, whatever. I'm going to go around instead of fighting this battle with you guys. I'll clean him up faster. And Kane will be killed now by Super Hiroshi.
Yep, here he comes, and we can see to the face. Oh, he's just going to try to ram him.
Oh, he misses. Super Hiroshi's got to be careful with these rounds. All right,
that's
one more will do it.
And Kane knows that his death is imminent.
Both Karaya and Tamati there at the last second, by the way. I don't know if you guys caught that. Looked like they might have actually died to they're driving over that terrain there at the last second. I think that was kind of a troll.
They got some damage there for sure.
Yeah. Well, the attack side wins again, and this will put B Gaming at a 3-2 score.
You know, at this rate, it's whoever gets attack side in a tiebreaker who's going to win this series.
She should be the analyst. I'm like, I quit. Just like, get up and walk out of here.
Yeah, no, please don't do that. Please do not do that.
Susie like cast solo cast, and she like, you know, play-by-plays the whole thing at the end, and she's like, well, the attack side wins. And she's like, they were attack, and they won.
And that's just the way it goes.
She's like, we need to go to a commercial.
That's my analysis, guys. Attack wins.
But hey, I mean, if the trend continues, we'll now see B Gaming end up losing the next game as Super Friends will be on attack.
Though if B Gaming wins the next game, then it's like they win.
Yeah, and then it's just the streak is broken, the spell is broken, the curse is broken. I feel like we're going to see very similar tank lineups, though, even though we're switching sides, because on Mines, even when we switch sides, they basically ran the same tanks. And B Gaming is showing us that they can use that mobility to win like they were supposed to do on Mines when they had that connection problem. I'm not saying they should have won that game necessarily. It's just that they definitely should have played that situation better and not been like not moving in the bush, which was, again, a connection problem.
That's what I'm going to substitute to. I think it was a connection problem.
And what happens is, okay, let's talk about this even further as these teams aren't ready yet. Nipa disconnects. You know what that means? He probably also, his Skype call is disconnected. He might have been like leading those 3 tanks or something like, Nipa, what's going on, man? He's not moving. He's not saying anything in the call. And they're like, I'm waiting for Nipa's command here. And so all 3 of those tanks get wrapped up in that.
Or they're just like, guys, can you tell me what's going on over on that side of the map? It's like,
or you suddenly get that really annoying noise that happens on Skype when you disconnect. You know what I'm talking about? Where you're just like,
bloop,
yeah,
bloop, bloop, bloop. That
it just keeps making that weird noise, and you're like, I'm trying to win a tanks game right now.
Well, yeah. Again, connection really important, especially because this is an online tournament until the very, very end. And
it's not like we have like admins standing right behind them. The second that there's a problem with Nipa's computer, like everything is paused and like there's people running around fixing it and stuff.
I wish that would be so awesome if we could actually get all the teams here for an entire season. Though
that would be logistically difficult, but awesome.
That would be really awesome.
They will be here offline for the finals, just like last season.
Yeah, that's going to be on February 4th. So I'm really excited to see who makes it out here. I'm going to guess EL will probably be here. And
yeah, but who's going to be with them? That's the question, because we have Horsemen are looking good.
Super Noobs.
Super Noobs as well.
Yeah.
And Karen Tiger, you know, they're all really close right now.
So we'll have to wait and see how that goes down. Looks like the next game is ready, so here we go. Welcome back to Cliff. This is set number 6, and as we've been seeing, all the attack teams have been winning. B Gaming with 3 and Super Friends with 2, and they're going to attack now.
All right, we are seeing actually opposite of what I thought. Super Friends are ditching their E5 lineup, and they're going to go for a very similar lineup to what we saw from B Gaming with the Object 140s, the STB1 T54s, but they're not bringing any 430s, whereas B Gaming is bringing their same lineup, except they brought in an extra STB1, and they have that bat shot. No autoloaders for Super Friends. And Super Hiroshi was really what won them that game. His autoloader damage was
that
uncontested.
Batshot damage was quite potent.
Yes.
Let's say. Okay, so B Gaming again. They're gonna go towards that middle area, hoping to take on a fight. But we can see Super Friends have split up a bit. They're in two different groups. The T-54s are going to try to hit them from farther away. Little Mac takes a lot of damage from the start.
Yeah, and
again, here's that brawl.
And it's working in B Gaming's favor again. They already killed Spec Ops, and there was a better positioning overall for B Gaming. Now Super Hiroshi still has 2 autoloader shots left. He's trying to use them wisely.
Nice focus fire. Little Mac is going to be the next one down. I think that's one thing that B Gaming does really, really well, is pick a tank and really try to eliminate it as fast as possible. There goes Little Mac. Kane is going to be next.
And this was a really cool diversion by 7mm because he runs in and distracts them and disperses them, and that allows Super Hiroshi to do his damage. Now he's just simply going to escape and reload. And if they focus on him while he's retreating, they're wasting damage because he's useless right now.
He is useless right now, and there's all these tanks following after them. That Antari could have really avoided that death.
Yeah. When you're chasing an autoloader tank that's on reload, sometimes it feels like you need to kill him because he's so important. But if you kill him or if he escapes, he's such a distraction to you. Nipa will be killed here, but Batman and Q, the T-54 duo.
They're the ones who weren't in the brawl, right?
Yeah.
They're the ones who were a little bit further away trying to pick off at the end, but due to good positioning, they really weren't able to make that much of an impact. Now here they are, they're going to be caught in this pathway and surrounded. Tamati's going to come around on his STB-1 and see if he can take shot off Q. He does.
Super Hiroshi in the big beginning of the brawl here, just going to dash in. Samo running past as well. Batman the last to go down.
And the curse is broken.
The curse is broken.
Wow, that was a nice double ram into killing him. Oh gosh. Okay.
That game was basically just mechanically B Gaming took the better fight. Those 2 T-54s were like a little bit off to the side, like you mentioned, and really, I mean, just to put it like really basically, B Gaming waited around the corner, and what we saw from Super Friends, they exposed themselves a little bit too much and lost. Forgot which player it was who died immediately, but one of their players like died immediately, and then things started to snowball out of control.
It sure did. So they break that curse. B Gaming wins 2 in a row. They actually win on defense. Though, to be, I guess, completely honest, Cliff isn't really, that doesn't really matter which side you're on. Anyway, next game is going to be on Ghost Town, and it is B Gaming on the attack once more.
And in that last game, 7mm really working with Super Hiroshi quite well. A kind of new synergy I haven't quite seen between those two yet, but that was really fun to watch. And I like B Gaming's chances to win this next game, especially because, like you said, they are going to be on attack, and not because of the curse, but we're going into Ghost Town as our 4th and final map.
And this one actually really doesn't matter which side you are on. Like we said, Cliff, it's more of a big brawl in the middle. It's just kind of which way are you coming to the brawl, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to Ghost Town, the 2 capture points very far from one another, and this actually matters. Strategy actually really matters here.
Yeah, it really does. So I feel like Super Friends can win the series, or rather they can bring it to a tiebreaker now and then win the tiebreaker if that's possible. But they really need to just buckle down and be more communicating with each other on these fights. The focus fire we're seeing from B Gaming is better. Their positioning in the fights is better. This map, Ghost Town, is like not usually a brawl. We did see it once today, right? It's usually more like slow chipping away based on positioning from the early game. So they really need to, I think, bring someone on a T-54 lightweight or an RU-251, find out what B Gaming is doing, and then just really try to hit those shots when they count. I mean, that sounds like really, it's like if I was trying to talk to a baseball player to give advice, I'm like, yeah, you should really got to hit the ball when he pitches it to you.
You should hit the ball far and then run. Yeah. Right?
I mean, but like, I'm not trying to say like their overall skill level needs to be upped, but like their performance compared to B Gaming's in these fights has been weak.
All right, well, it looks like Ghost Town is locked and loaded, guys, so we're going to go ahead into this next game. All right, welcome back to Battle, everyone. PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming, set number 7, and this could be match point for B Gaming as they are on the attack first.
Yes, indeed. So, taking a look at these tank lineups, big E100 lineup
Wow.
for Super Friends. They really commit to their E5s or their E100s pretty hard, huh? And a 215B. So the angle is really important. We already saw this occur earlier tonight. So the E100s need to be, after they take their shots, they need to re-angle at a 45-degree angle so they can get that ricochet. For B Gaming, they're bringing Conquerors, a Batchat, a 50B. They're loving their autoloaders tonight. 2 215Bs and just one E100.
I'm surprised Super Hiroshi's not the guy on the autoloader today.
They
for
put
this one.
Nipa on it, so I guess his connection is restored, but scary thing to do would put your most important tank on someone who had connection problems.
Maybe just like rebooted his router and stuff. He's
Yeah.
like, it's okay, we're good, guys. We
Should
got
be
it."
good, yeah.
All right, well, here is Nipa on the Batchat. He is zipping around, trying to get some information there. We can see, yeah, this is going to definitely be a slower game than we saw in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we saw with Team Efficiency with their E100s, kind of putting them in this this pathway here, this street, where they all kind of protect each other. There is a weakness to this, though, which is tanks coming from the behind. Spec Ops is looking down that pathway to make sure this doesn't happen.
Nate Mania is the one right by the ramp by the school. And if he just shows his face a little bit, he knows. I mean, I know the Sixth Sense isn't there, but he knows. Like, this is definitely a position that most tanks will take. Like you said, we saw it earlier tonight. And now they just need to figure out what their course of action is going to be. How are they going to attack this? And which way are they going to go?
I think sweeping around behind these E100s is the way to do it. They probably know that this is exactly how they position themselves because they've seen it earlier tonight, because every team watches every match in APAC-ASIA Gold Series because they know that's how they study them.
Well, yeah, you should, obviously, if you're in the series.
And this is probably a common strategy even outside of tonight specifically, so I think to flank these E100s is the way to crack them. Even though there is a 215B to help support, I think that's going to be the way to do this. I like that Neat Mania is the one that's kind of scouting it out because he's just on a Conqueror, so he's expendable.
All right, so yeah, still very quiet. Everyone's holding their ground. Nipa still zipping around, trying to scout all the outside area, make sure that there's no hidden threats, if you will.
He's looking for Kane and Q. He wants to find them and kill them because he can actually kill one of them if he encounters them. All right, 7mm and Neat Mania getting closer.
Oh,
but they're not actually going to do what I suggested. They're actually just going to try to find a different way instead of trying to flank from behind.
All right, Nipa getting close to Kane. I mean, we can see it. I don't think he knows just yet that Kane is out there.
Yeah.
Be very quiet.
All right, Super Roshi looking like he might even want to commit more here. He's just out of vision. From this angle, it looks like the Antari can hit him, but it actually can't because of that little...
The ramp also,
yeah, the little ramp.
He's definitely
See, this is a better
lower
angle as to where you guys can see why he can't hit him from here.
I mean, Super Friends, they have nothing to lose. The clock is running down. It's 6 minutes and 33 seconds now. And, you know, as long as they just sit pretty, they should be able to win this.
Yeah. The onus is really on B Gaming to find a way in here. They're just not looking very confident in that. They are sending 3 tanks to the south, and they might actually even kind of come into the center capture point with those.
That's what I would think that they want to do. It just seems very odd that they're moving out this way, unless they know that Kane is out there. Kane, you can see here, look, he's all the way west, just on high ground. Taking a look. Oh, we can see some shells being traded. There's shots going on. Super Hiroshi takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, and so does Tedamaro and Antari, and now they're going to come into the center capture point, as I suggested earlier, and they're totally flanked here, these E100s, and this is where they're at their weakest.
Oh, here we go. Nipa is going to try to hit them from behind on the Batchat.
And they have such a slow turret rotation time that he can just come behind them like this. This is the flank I was talking about. And oh boy, this is not looking good for Super Friends. Once they lose these E100s, they have no power in their lineup.
Yep. All right, Nipa just did his job. He's going to leave for that reload. Tamati here wants to take some shots before he goes down. Batman. Whew, that was a direct hit. That was great.
That was a very good shot there. But it looks like he might go down next with Tamati's next shot. Tamati needs to pull a little bit further back. 7 million is going to try to get the fatal shot on Batman, and he does.
No, Tamati does. He's like, that's my kill,
Yeah.
man. 7mm going to come in and give that cover fire. Matil also. Q and Kane finally joining the fight. Takes down Matil.
Nipa's back with his rounds, though, and this is actually going to be a 3v3. I have to give the edge to B Gaming here, but it's really close.
It's really close. And again, the bat shot, just being the glass cannon that it is, it's just going to take a lot more damage than a T-54 is.
And I don't know if he did enough, actually. I don't think he did.
No.
This actually might be a win here for Super Friends.
What is going on there on the defense? This curse
The curse really is, the curse is reversed.
Reverse curse. It is Ghost Town after all.
Oh, spooky.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that angle for Little Mac as well. Not going to take any damage.
Yeah.
Super Friends got this. They did
Wow,
it.
they did it. 7mm is going to be the last one standing, and Super Friends trying to edge back in there. This is going to be their 3rd win.
And, you know, Nipa, he really kind of failed them there. He missed too many of his shots, and that's actually going to cost them here.
I really kind of want Super Hiroshi back on that autoloader. I think he obviously showed us in the first few games that he really knows what he's doing on that bat shot. So perhaps we'll see that change coming in the next round. But
yeah, and I'm going to keep a close eye on Nipa if he's resetting his router or something like that after that too.
Yeah.
Because that was just. It's not like he really messed it up, but
Yeah.
he definitely could have gotten a kill a little bit faster, and that could have swung the favor into their side. And he also rushed in a bit preemptively. I mean, even I know E100s fire very slowly, so like if everyone misses you and you're in there with an autoloader, even if like you get hit by 2 E100s, you're gonna die. If they all fire, then you're like, well, I'm safe for a little while, so I can shoot all my damage to run away.
right.
But I don't feel like that was 100% necessary for him to do that there.
Well, okay, so since we're on Ghost Town, the reverse curse has happened. Both teams on defense now have won. This is bugging me out, man. Who's gonna win the next one?
Well,
my analysis is flawed.
If Super Friends win the next game, though, then we will go to the tiebreaker map.
Yep.
We'll put us at a 4-4 score, so
We'll be on
definitely
steps.
possible.
We'll
It
be
will be
on
on steps. So let's see if B Gaming can close this out. I feel like that last game might have taken some of their momentum away. That was definitely a game that I felt like should have been won by them, but was lost at the last few moments.
All right. Well, yeah, like we said, if we could, I guess. Well, Nipa is still in the game.
He's still in the game, and it didn't have that offline indicator, so I guess he did not reset. So I'm really grasping at straws, I guess, at this point, trying to guess that he's like having a connection problem.
Are you just gonna give him the edge to be gaming right now?
I feel
In a
like
way.
I feel like he just he could have done a little bit better of a job there, but this human error, not connection error in this case.
Yep, you are right. I think both teams are ready. The observers are saying go, go, go. And
Yeah.
so we go, 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 we will. I think we are ready to head into game number 8. Ready for game number 8, everyone? PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming. We have the Super Friends up one more game, so it's 3-4. B Gaming, if they win this, they go home with 3 points. If not, we will go into a tiebreaker.
All right, let's take a look at these tank lineups. Very similar with these two E100s apiece, 2 215Bs apiece, but we have an IS-7 sneaking in. That's Batman. You wouldn't expect it from anyone else. AMX-5120, haven't seen that guy in a while, and a T-54, and on the side of B Gaming, they're going to bring the T-57 Heavy, and a Conquer and a T-54 Medium.
Okay, so the way that the tanks are moving, both teams moving together as a pack, except for Kane, who's obviously going to go off on his own because that's what he does. But both teams, yeah, they're just kind of looking for one another, trying to bring the fight. I feel like this is a little bit more of an aggressive push by the PvP Super Friends coming on the attack.
Yeah, and let's see if this works out for them. See if this pans out. They're pushing towards the outer capture point. With an IS-7, I think he's just going to sit in there, Batman is. Just like we saw last season, sometimes you hide under this little bump here.
I was
There's
like,
a little
is he going to
depression.
hide inside this building? Because he kind of broke it down.
He's going to hide in this little depression here where it's very difficult for him to be hit. And he's going to do the wiggles.
I like wiggles.
Yeah.
Wiggles are a surefire way for you to, you know, be a harder target to hit.
That's right. Oh, now he gets reset already, but he trades with 7mm pretty positively. You know, it was a pretty good trade there.
It was. And the rest of the team, trying to see, I mean, the camera right now is on the Batman wheel.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the mini-map gets a bit blurry when we have all these tanks nearby.
Like, but where's everyone else? Okay, so Little Mac, again, the E100s in that position that they like to be, just waiting for the attack. Conqueror, I'm not sure how I feel about Samo being on the other side of this, though.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm somewhat concerned for B Gaming because Batman is backed up so well right now.
Super Hiroshi on the E100 does some damage onto Lil Mac. He came out a little too far.
Yeah, no autoloader at all for B Gaming this time, by the way. We talked about that a lot last game, but they're going autoloaderless.
Right.
Both teams skipping the bat shot, only Q on the 5120.
Right, Tamati is getting hit from afar, not from this trio in the road. They're gonna have to be careful here.
Batman is just so well protected that eventually B Gaming's gonna have to take a bad fight here, I think.
7mm really is the only one that could do some damage, as these three are preoccupied with the other three. There's like a 3v3 battle on the side going on right now.
32 seconds left, and don't forget there's another tank nearby that could come into the capture point, but it looks like they're going to win this fight nonetheless, and that might open up the path.
Here we go. Yep, Little Mac does go down. Tamati is able to secure that kill.
Tedamaru is coming up to try to support, but Tiltil Matil is also helping out with that autoloader.
All right, 17
That's the autoloader they brought,
though.
really.
I mean, they really need to do something about this base capture. 7mm is going to go in there. There you go. Resets it. Batman is going to have to retreat out. Otherwise, he's going to continue getting hit here.
Yeah, it looks like he actually might be able to finish off 7mm, but it's going to take him a long time to do so. And while he's focusing on that, the rest of his team is having problems. Antare and Tedamaru are taking a lot of damage. Q was the guy I said was nearby, but he's not getting here until just now, and he has a lot of damage he can put onto this.
Antare is probably going to be the next one. Super Hiroshi does go down. Tedamaru is not going out without a fight. And Nipa, now you can see everyone is focused on Tedamaru, even though he's on the high ground.
And, you know, so we've seen this a lot, but Q is just late. This late autoloader damage sometimes can be fatal because you need that damage to help you win the fight. And if it comes in at the last second, then suddenly he can't win this fight by himself.
No, he sure can't. And Tedamaru is just kind of holding his ground up by the schoolyard. I mean, there's really nothing he can do. Tiltil Matil is on the other side. Kane has... Oh, welcome back, Kane. Where were you?
I think he was, you know, initially scouting a lot, and then he was trying to go and assassinate Tiltil Matil, but Tiltil Matil will find him instead, and I think he's actually going to go down. He's got 45 health left.
Yep, and there goes Q, and yep, Kane is the last guy.
He didn't even kill Tiltil Matil, and there goes Kane, and B Gaming will take a very tough final game there. So they did bring the T57 heavy. It was not like our normal autoloaders, but, you know, I looked at that and I was like, okay, well, they really want to play a slower game here, and they did eventually win that slower game. And they pushed really decisively to kill those E100s, and I was worried about it, but actually they hit them all in the right spots. They always had those shots hit on the E100s that did not ricochet. And we didn't see the perfect, we actually didn't get like the greatest camera angle of that, so we didn't see exactly how that fight went down, but if the 5100 was nearby, would have been better. Or sorry, 5120. I'm getting old last season feels. But yeah, B Gaming, they had a struggle, but they did come out on top to get 3 more points today.
They did, and I'm a little worried for Super Friends now because they're going to have to go against the Super Noobs in this next match. It is their double header evening, but let me not get ahead of myself. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we will have the Super Noobs versus the Super Friends.
Do it! Let's go.
And we're back, everyone. We are going into the third matchup of the evening. We have Super Noobs versus Super Friends. It's going to be a super night.
It's already been pretty super, Susie, but now it's going to be the most super.
Super?
It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be pretty complicated commentating this one, obviously for reasons, as you guys no doubt have figured out by now. But, you know, we'll get through it.
You know, I think last time we had said we should make a drinking game out of this. Every time we say super, you guys can go ahead and take a sip or. But I'm not sure of drinking age. I don't want you to do that if you're.
And even if you are, it might be dangerous based on how many times we will have to say the word
super.
that she just referred to.
Super. Okay, I'm already getting you guys started. Game starts now. Okay. Anyway, so here are the team rosters. We have the Super Noobs. That's one. Ironhide, NT-Lock, that's the guy to look out for. I mean, he's always shown us really, really clutch plays and has been very, very good. Ricky, Tangaroy, Kong Sun. These guys for sure are the ones that have really caught my eye as, you know, new team coming into this Gold Series for Season 2.
Yeah, Ironhide and NT-Lock, definitely the two best. I would say Ricky would be my number 3, and then Sunboy probably put it number 4. But this team is, I always tout them as the smartest team in the league because I feel like they make decisions so quickly that are like always the right ones when they're down. We've seen them win games 2,000, 3,000 hit points down, 2 tanks down. Where it looked like there was no hope.
Right. So then Super Friends, you guys went ahead and saw them play just before. Little Mac being, you know, a very key, Antare being a very key member as well. And yeah, these guys definitely showing us some good games. Had a little bit of trouble with B Gaming earlier. I'm going to have to see if they'll be able to regroup and come back stronger this time around.
It was a really close series. It was kind of a funny one that ended up going almost all the way to the distance to the end there, but they definitely had an exhausting series is actually what I'd probably say more than anything else. And now they're probably pretty tired, and now they have to go up against such a great team. Not going to be an easy series here.
A super team, you mean?
Yeah.
A super team like Super Noobs?
Yes. Yeah.
Are you just trying to avoid saying this word?
No,
I think so.
No. I'm just. It will be said a lot once we get into the games because you just wait.
All right. Well, the maps have been picked, and we're gonna go on to Himmelsdorf first, then Ghost Town, two of the most popular ones. Then we have Ruinberg and Prohorovka. Then, as our tiebreaker map, it's going to be Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff might make it to the end there if we end up going to that one, but for Susie's sake, Prohorovka is the 4th map.
Prohorovka. I've learned it.
Much got it.
You know what? I like went home and all weekend long just sat there trying to say this word. I like say it in my sleep and stuff.
You like listen to a tape of like 80,000 times the word, like, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna get this.
You know when you learn a language, you wear the headphones and you just learn the language by osmosis or whatever it is, right? That was me.
You know, like a lot of people told me like, oh, if you just listen to language tapes while you sleep, it'll like be really good for you. And I was like, maybe I'll try that one day. But now that I think about it, the first time I ever logistically thought about it just now, I'm like, well, then how would I sleep? Like, that would be really annoying.
No, it would kind of like white noise, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Anyway, looks like the game is ready, and we're going to go on to Himmelsdorf first. It's going to be pretty super. Welcome, guys, to set number 1 here on Himmelsdorf. We have the Super Noobs versus the Super Friends. Maybe I'll just call them PvP. That way I don't have to say super all the time. But Super Friends are going to be on the attack first.
All right, so we could also just call them the Noobs and the Friends, but that would remove their title, which just wouldn't be fun. So the tank lineups we have here are pretty unique, actually. We have, for the Super Noobs, they're going to bring an IS-4 and an IS-7, so that's all right. But then they're bringing a 50B, a tank destroyer, a T-54 lightweight, an E-100. So they've got a lot of variety in their lineup. And on the side of Super Friends, they have 2 E-100s, a 215B, just 1 IS-7. They're also bringing their E-100 tank destroyer and 2 Conquerors, which is a bit more standard.
And of course, it's going to be Q and Kane on those Conquerors. As we've been seeing so far in the evening, Q and Kane really on those the tier 9s.
Yeah, they were on the T-54s together just earlier on Ghost Town.
Yep. All right. Well, let's get started here. We can see that Batman is not at the IS-7 bar.
No.
Oh no, he shouldn't be at the bar.
Yeah,
well,
he's-
maybe he wants to be at the bar. I'm sorry.
He's like, I will be next game.
He
just
will
wait."
be next game. It's Tang and Ru that's going to be at the I-7 bar over there.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize Tangeroy's name couldn't even fit his ID.
Tangeroy,
So long.
yeah.
It's too long.
It's way long. Tang.
If
Can
you
I
look at
call
all
him
the
Tang?
Yeah, we could call him Tang. That might be easier than me just making up a pronunciation and then using it consistently.
Okay, so here we can see that, here's Anti-Lock up on the castle side. He's just going to scout out and hope that no one's there while we've got like nice little train of super friends heading over to the railroad side of things.
Yeah. And I mean, they're moving all together here, the 4 of them, down to the south. But because Tang is there,
Yep, in the C2 bar.
he's going to see them soon. I mean, and eventually.
Or will he see 2 of them?
Depends on how long he's been there. So,
If we keep saying super, he may see more than 2.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here we could see Q and Kane, Spec Ops, on the railroad side. This is different from what we have been seeing so far in the most recent games here on Himmelsdorf.
yeah, that's true. We saw only EO Gaming and Karen Tiger really consistently be able to do pushes like this.
Oh, wow.
Out, down you go. Down goes that lightweight.
Hien is okay.
That's all right, though. I mean, that's just one small T-54 lightweight to have lost. Still painful, but...
It's still painful. I mean, again, already then, right? They're starting with 6 tanks, essentially. They've lost at least 1 distraction tank, if you will.
Okay, well, the push is still ongoing, but very carefully and slowly. Ricky almost ate a shot there. And he did eat another one, but it was ricocheted. Now penetration. And, I mean, this is a slow-paced game as we've come to expect on this map.
Absolutely. And again, these 3, the trio has left the railroads. They're going to be on the side, on the lookout. But remember, Super Friends are the ones on the attack. And they need to do something. I think they want to go into this base capture 1 at F2, but I'm not... They obviously know that Tang is sitting in there at the bar, right? In the train station.
Yeah.
And they really need to do something. Ted Morrow gets oh wow, there's like no one's connecting anything.
I'm trying to think about how they might try to approach this base capture number 1, because Conquer, one of them could fit in there, but not as well as like a 1390. I think it would still be exposed, so I don't think they can try to like slowly start chipping away at that base timer.
You can see Batman here. He's actually sitting right in the middle of the courtyard.
Yeah, and he's an IS-7, so he can do that. He also has some coverage of that broken fountain. But it speaks volumes to how much information Super Friends has. They know they can actually put a tank in the middle of the courtyard, which is one of the most vulnerable places. And that partially it comes to Tedamaro having full coverage of the high ground here.
Okay, here comes this clan. They're going to try to push forward. I think they do want to see if they can take the fight. Nope, they're all going to go into that courtyard.
Yeah, it looks like they almost want to sweep in and surround these tanks in the capture point number 2. That A6 cap.
Shots are being fired, but no one's really connecting, like I said. Oh, there's a little bit.
There's a very heavy lineup as well this game, so tough to penetrate.
And it's also not very fast. Antari's like, I'm going as fast as I can. I'm on E100, guys.
Antari and Ironhide both miss each other here.
Batman finally takes a little bit of damage, as does Sunbow.
Ooh, Batman taking
Ooh.
another big shot there. Must have been from the tank destroyer. They must have had a little duel there. It looks like they're just going to try to overwhelm the spot, which we did see team efficiency do to great effect.
All right, yeah, they're going to go ahead to capture 2. Sunbow, he needs to be careful on that tank destroyer.
Down he goes.
Oh, he wasn't very careful on that tank destroyer. All right,
And
yeah, and here comes the gang now. The 2 Conquerors and Antari on the E100. They're going to go ahead and push base capture number 2, the A6 position. And I'm pretty sure they know there's tanks, there's super noobs waiting around the corner.
look at them protect Inti-Lock as well. Inti-Lock can do so much damage here, especially if he hits Antari at the right angle. Oh, but Tedamaro is coming down. They need that. They need that IS-7 to come back.
They do. They really, really do. Kong Sun takes a little bit of damage. I think right now their aim is to try to stop this base capture and kill them off. Anti-Lock is going to go and clear off on the side, but he takes a lot of damage. Ooh, and he goes down by Kane.
Tedemaru comes down. They had no idea he was there. They got overwhelmed. We had Tangarai as, or let's call him Tang from now on. Tang basically totally useless, and he had no idea this was happening. Otherwise, he would have been back here a long time ago. But it's too late now.
He's somewhere else, but on that IS-7, he really does not have the speed to be able to join this fight in time. And Super Friends are just destroying the Noobs. That sounds so weird. I need to call them the Super Noobs.
Well, down goes Ironhide.
Yep, Ricky is probably going to be the next one as he is cornered. And there's not really much he's going to be able to do. He can't get out of his position when he's got tanks just right behind him.
Yep, he's just going to fall down here. Does get one ricochet to bounce off before he will eventually succumb. And Tang, who's been away this entire time, is coming like, oh guys, I heard there was a fight. It's like, yeah, well now the fight is a 6v1 versus you.
The fight is you, by the way. And I don't know what Tang's going to be able to do. He's just going to sit there and look pretty and pretty much get into the next game. I think that would be the best option for him right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's really just delaying the inevitable. Down he goes, and Super Friends will take the first win here on Himmelsdorf.
All right, I'm going to go back to my original theory of the attack side wins.
Well, I mean, so far 1 for 1. But I feel like that last game was basically just decided by a swift, strong push there by the Super Friends that the Super Noobs did not anticipate, and they had an IS-7 Tang off to the side alone, as well as another tank that got picked off early. One of their Conquerors, I believe it was, or another 254 lightweight got picked off early. So those two disadvantages they had ended up being their demise. Without the T-54 lightweight, they didn't have vision. They had never had any control or contestion of the castle, which meant that those tanks were able to come and push around the side. Tedemaru comes down and does massive amounts of damage, and that was basically the winning moment there when he came down and surrounded them.
Yeah, it was a 3v3, and then all of a sudden it became a 3v5. There was Tedemaru on one side, and then we had another tank on the other, and there was really not much that the Super Noobs could do at that point. You're right, it was definitely a game decider, but now we're going to switch over, which means the Noobs can win, because they're on the attack.
Yeah.
My huge analysis right now. Okay.
It's absolutely possible that happens. But I'm hoping we see a little bit more care taken towards that T-54 lightweight or the 1390 or the Conquerors, whichever they choose, because that lack of vision really did hurt on the defense, the Super Friends there, because, or excuse me, the Super Noobs, because, God, this is going to get confusing. Because they just sat there waiting for something that they didn't know which angle it was going to come from, and they had no way of getting information. And it's tough. You
know, I kind of want to say that they were just at a huge disadvantage from having lost that lightweight from the beginning, you know what I mean? And again, being surrounded by Tedemaru, that was kind of like the nail in the coffin. But yeah, they're going to have to be a little more careful in this next game coming around. Back on Himmelsdorf, switching sides, Super Noobs on the attack.
And the castle, I think, is going to be what they try to use. We saw them already do similar pushes to what we saw just last game from Super Friends versus other teams, even when they were down, in fact, winning games like that versus the Immortals, I believe, was the first time I saw them do it. So we'll see what they decide to do.
All right. Well, it looks like we are loaded into the game, and so we can hurry up and get into game number 2. Welcome back to Himmelsdorf, game number 2, Super Noobs versus the PvP Super Friends. And now it's the Noobs' turn to be on the attack.
All right, let's take a look at these tank lists. Let's look at the Super Noobs first. A 50B and E100, 215Bs and IS4, and an E5. Actually, a little tank I did not expect to see it in a 1390. And for Super Friends, 2 E100s at IS7. It's going to be looking at the C4 bar.
C2 bar.
C2 bar, sorry. And Little Mac is bringing a tank destroyer. They got 2 Conquerors. And
so basically, yeah, it looks like Super Noobs, instead of that lightweight, they decide to go with a 1390. Maybe Hian will have a little better luck with that one and not get picked off immediately in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, we can see Super Friends all grouped up together. They're going to head over down the railroad side.
I think they're going to go to the south road underneath the courtyard and try to kill a tank they find there. They're going to basically just... They're pulling a Horsemen old school style from last season where they just all move together and pick off kills and then win the game.
Oh gosh, Hien, I think he might get picked off right away again.
Oh, he turns around though because he gets that sixth sense.
Yeah, he got that sixth sense. He's like, nope, not this time. He should be careful. Gonna go and join Sunbow instead.
This is a weird defensive formation, but this is the kind of thing that we've been seeing more recently where teams just do weird stuff on the defense and get free wins from it if the other team has no idea what's going on.
You know, Batman is missing from this pack, though. He is all by himself somewhere. This IS-7.
He's up at the top, yeah.
Yeah, you can see on the minimap that he is towards top over by base capture number 2, which is smart because obviously you want to keep eyes on that just in case Super Noobs decide to go capture it.
And they're actually going to rotate back up now after he figured out there was no one there. But by the time the rest of the team gets back there, there will be people there in their base capture. It looks like Super Friends wanted to take like a big fight.
Yeah, that's exactly the feel I got too.
And they wanted to get an early win. But unfortunately now they're way out of position to defend their base capture. Like Ironhide and Hien can just sit in here. Ironhide doesn't even have to be shy about this, I feel. He already saw there was nobody there.
Well, like we said, we know that Batman is up there, right? He's the only one who's going to be eyes, and obviously the base capture is going to go down very fast.
Yeah, I think this is actually just a. I think yeah, they can just sit in here, and I think this is the Super Friends needs to get back here, like yesterday. This is really scary. They need to actually crush this battle now, and they're going to get interrupted here right on that northern street.
Yes, they are. Well, you know what? Ted, Maru, and Q, they're headed over to the base capture. They obviously know that they only have 11 seconds to go and do something about it. And there's really no one to protect these two tanks. 8 seconds to go, and the base capture is going to get reset because Hien does take some damage. Ironhide moved. He shouldn't have moved from that position.
Yeah, he gave it. Yeah, exactly. And this is a big problem now. Anti-lock is going to go down as well, which is a big, big issue.
Yeah.
Because he's one of the bigger damage dealers. And now Q is going to try to rotate out.
Oh gosh, yep, there goes anti-lock, and now here is that brawl at the A6 point.
And you know, Super Noobs still have a shot at this. I mean, it's one tank down a piece.
Ted Maru is going to go. Hien goes down. Ted Maru is also going to
probably go down in just a second here.
Just 1 second.
Gets one more shot off.
There we go.
Ricky's coming up now as well, and it's going to be a 4v5 battle currently.
Yeah, but Super Friends are down very, very low right now in terms of HP. Ricky does take a bit of damage.
Lil Mac can do so much, though, and we're going to see him do that right now. Ricky and Sunbow so low right now.
Oh my gosh, I can't even. Ricky is under 100
Ricky is
HP.
like, oh my god, Ricky. Ricky!
But you know what? He's not going to go down without a fight. Going to take out
Put
Antari
this on
right
YouTube.
here.
Like, what is... Ricky's like, nah, I can kill all of them by myself.
If he did, that'd be very, very impressive.
His teammates help him to kill the rest of those tanks, and now it's a very, very low hit point battle.
Yes, it is.
Every tank is below 1,000 hit points on this map right now.
Little Mac with the most, with 882.
This is a 3v3, and Little Mac is also going to be the biggest damage dealer. He can actually kill 3 tanks by himself if he's left at the right angle. Kane, oh, this is so intense.
Oh my gosh, Sunbow really wants that good shot off Kane. Kane misses.
Okay, here comes Ricky. Batman, get ready.
Oh gosh.
This is actually such a close game right now. Now Little Mac's gonna come in to change the tide battle as well. He can kill Ricky right now.
Oh wow, from behind, and Ironhide is gonna go down as well. PvP Super Friends go ahead and win. They squeak out a win, and that's going to be 2-0.
Did not expect the Super Friends to be beating the Super Noobs.
Me neither. What is going on?
Today has been a weird day of matches. We saw Team Efficiency take 2 games on Himmelsdorf as well. There's like all sorts of new curses and patterns.
I don't understand this. I think it's like a Christmas. Oh, it's a Christmas curse.
That's weird.
I think that's what it's like, a Scrooge curse, maybe.
Yeah.
Does that make more sense?
I'm trying to figure out like how I can really relate this further to A Christmas Carol. I'm like, no, Susie, it was just bad gruel. Like.
But sir, could I have some more?
I'm like, he could give you. That's what they asked. That's what they asked the tank destroyer for, man. He gave them some more. Like I said, the tank destroyer could literally kill all 3 tanks. He did kill 2, and the third one was too far away, so he couldn't get it. But wow.
Wow, indeed.
That was a really close game. That was pretty close.
That was actually kind of fun. Yeah, we're both like on the edge of our seats.
The most fun game on Himmelsdorf this season. Now, Ghost Town is going to be map number 2, though.
Yes.
A map that usually is a little bit quicker and a little bit more. There's a little bit more like rotations and action on this map that we're about to go into.
Yep. Let's see who is. Let's see. Super Friends will be attacking first. And I know the whole attacking thing, winning, whatever, but I want to stick with the storyline, okay? So, it looks like PvP Super Friends will go ahead and win the next one, guys. We don't even have to watch it. I'm just going to call it.
Well, we'll see what happens because there's a lot of different potential strategies to be used on this map from both teams, and we haven't seen these teams play on this map in a while now. So, I'm really curious to see how they're going to play it and what they're trying to show us today. But the map is not ready yet. We might even take a look at a video or something. Are these players still trying to get their tanks selected?
Yep. And yeah, Ghost Town. You're right. All the games today have been kind of quirky in a way.
Yeah, like everything has been kind of like against the grain of predictions of what we thought would happen. Or
I blame the holiday parties. That's probably what's going on.
Yeah, it could be.
Holiday parties, maybe. I can't imagine they would be practicing as much as they normally would, right? Because you have like work obligations and family obligations and stuff like that.
Yeah, it could be stuff like that's going on. Or maybe they're like some of them are in school, but they don't have school right now, so like playing too much, so like getting a bit too tired. You know, like
that could
stand
make
up all
sense.
night playing World of Tanks.
That actually does make a lot of sense.
That's like what I would be doing, you know. Unfortunately, I'm not on holidays. I'm still casting World of Tanks. So
Oh,
I'm
look, we're working, yeah.
Yeah, but the Ghost Town is going to be our next map, and if Super Friends can ride off this momentum, they might have an upset and beat Super Noobs, and that would be kind of crazy. That would really set our rankings a lot closer than they were last time.
Because Super Noobs are right on the tail of Karen Tigers right now, so yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. All right, guys, it looks like the game is loaded. We're going to head into Ghost Town, game number 3. Guys, here we go. Set number 3, Super Noobs versus the PvP Super Friends. Super Friends are up 2 games, and here they are on the attack once more.
Tank lineups for Super Noobs: 2 E100s, 2 215Bs, a Batshat, and 2 Conquerors. 3 E100s and 3 215Bs on the opposite side of things for the Super Friends. And they've got an Object 416, that tier 9 medium to fill things out.
Okay. I think, oh, that's the one I was confusing with.
Yeah,
the fourth, 416. Okay, it's too many objects, man.
There's a lot of object tanks.
Okay, we can see here, Super Friends are gonna go straight for the middle area here to the schoolyard where we have base capture number 2, right in the center of the map.
Now, Ricky is trying to check it out, see if anyone is pushing through this, and he keeps moving his turret to make sure he's got the best angle possible. Looks like Batman's sixth sense is going off, though. He's starting to figure this out. Well, Kane and Q are together, but this time they're on 215Bs. Bit of an odd shot there by Sunbow trying to hit Batman, but he's not even close.
Batman's pretty far out there, too, yeah. Right. Bit of crossfire going on. Spec Ops going to be the first tank to get hit. And
oh, this is so sneaky. Okay, so Super Friends are moving through the middle, but the other team, the Super Noobs, doesn't assume there's anyone in the middle because they're intentionally not going to the base capture.
Ooh, Ricky.
And now they're going to come out and surprise him. This is really cool. What a sneaky move.
Wow, Ricky is, he is definitely caught. Kong-san is going to come in and try to help out with this. An anti-lock from behind, though, with that bat shot. He is doing some damage. Ted Maru goes down.
It's like a scene in the movie, like, it looks like it's going really well for one character, then the anti-lock comes out from behind and kills like 2 people.
Anti-lock is so dangerous on that bat shot.
He's going to kill Kane. Watch. Here we go.
Yep, he's going to come.
Oh, he ran into that husk. Okay, now he's going to kill Kane.
There we go. Kane goes down. Anti-Lock is able to secure that. Batman is on his trail. He's going to have to be careful because he's on reload now.
Yeah, Batman should have just ignored him, in fact, and now Batman's going to die for no reason, too.
Yeah,
he was trying
Tang
to
and
chase down
Ironhide are
reloading.
going to be on his tail. But look, Little Mac and Ontario right behind them, too.
You never want to chase down a reloading autoloader. You just let him go away.
Sunbow goes down. Hien is going to cover. Anti-Lock is almost reloaded. He's just waiting on that so he can come by and just make people's lives miserable.
Now they're going to wish they chased him down, but you can't do that. Now he's going to go and kill 2 tanks, I think, again, watch.
Wow, Ironhide takes.
Oh, Anti-Lock
quite a
gets
bit.
spotted by Batman, but he does go down, but Q, can Q kill him? I don't think Q can. Oh,
I don't think so either.
Q needs one more shot to kill him. But Antari goes down, so this is
All
looking
right,
like a basically impossible win for Super Friends. And Q is actually not able to catch him either.
Anti-Lock is running away. Yep. Wow, Anti-Lock with 115 HP and still alive. Hien goes down. Little Mac is the last one, and it looks like the Super Noobs are going to take this first win.
Yeah. Down, he's gonna go.
Yeah, I like how he's just like sitting there. He gave up. Well, not give up, but he knows.
He knows.
He knows.
Well, this will give the Super Noobs their first win on the board, so we're now gonna go to a 2-1 score.
Yep. All right, I'm just really going to throw out the whole attack side thing out the window. I finally resigned to it. I understand. So yeah, we've got 2-1 score now. Super Noobs coming back with that win on Ghost Town, and now we go into set number 4.
Yeah, and set number 4, we're gonna just swap the sides. I felt like what went wrong there in that game was just they let the Batshep run like
Wild.
amok.
Amok, yeah.
Like he just did so much damage. And then Batman chased him with someone else also chasing him when he was reloading, which meant that they were being shot at by E100s for free without contesting the E100s and just let that speedy Batshot escape. That's why the Batshot is the best autoloader in the competitive scene right now on almost every map.
Yeah.
Because it can do its damage and then escape into safety and then come back. And it can also scout. It's just so incredible. As long as you don't get blown up, as long as you're smart and your team is communicating where the other tanks are, you're probably not going to just like randomly die.
Yeah, as long as you have good cover, as long as you have the heavier tanks really in front of you to make sure that you don't get hit, Batshot is. But yeah, it like you said, it's very fast, does great amount of damage. It can escape a lot of different situations.
Yeah. So I mean, we basically covered that. So going into game 4 now, it's been a long night. Going into game 4 now on Ghost Town, we'll see what these two teams are going to do, switching-wise, like what rosters they're going to bring to the table. And if we'll be seeing some more of those Batshats coming in. And
Anti-Lock, I see the disconnect sign on him.
oh,
That makes me really, really nervous.
that is a bit stressful.
Because he, for sure, I mean, has pulled that weight. Anti-Lock has been so, so good for this team.
He really has, and he was the winner of game 3 that we just won. Sorry, he won them that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look here. Okay, he is back online.
He's back.
Everyone is back. Tanks have been picked, and then we can get into Ghost Town again. What's the map after that? Ruinberg.
And then we go to Prokhorovka as our final map.
Okay. Well, still a long night ahead of us.
That's right, but we'll see if they can actually tie it up here. If we're going to go into the next map with a 3-1 score, we'll find out in a second.
We will, because we're loaded in now. So let's get going on to Ghost Town. Welcome back to Ghost Town, everyone. Super Noobs versus the PvP Super Friends. This is set number 4. And yeah, Super Noobs able to win that first game. They're up 1 to Super Friends is 2.
Okay. I'm going to look at this now. Let's see which side the Super Noobs are going to push towards. More towards the northern central side. Tank lineups here. 215Bs, 3 for Super Noobs, and only 1 for Super Friends, who bring 4 E100s and the T54 mediums. Conquerors on the side of Super Noobs, where Anti-Lock is again on that Batshot, so have no fear.
That is a very defensive lineup if I've ever seen one. As Super Friends, they're going to travel as a pack all together again towards the middle here with, Q and Kane on the T-54s running off and doing their own thing.
Yeah, it's like they want to be part of their own team. But it is smart what they're doing. They do split up the bottom of the map to make sure no sort of secret pushes are going on.
Yep, already there's shots being fired. There's going to be some crossfire. Nobody's really taking too much damage except for Heen and Antare.
Yeah.
Standoff. I want to start, like, the drivers to come out and start snapping, like West Side Story style.
Well, a slight lead here for the Super Noobs. And they have a good positional, the Super Friends have a really nice position here with the defensive tank lineup you were talking about with those E100s.
Mm-hmm. Ricky is being very, very careful.
Very careful.
Very careful.
He's like on his tippy toes on those on that tank tread right there.
I didn't know tank treads had toes, but
they got tippy toes. He's on them. Look at that.
Oh,
see him right there?
I see
toes.
them. I see them, Wolf. There's the toes. Right. It's
right
been a very long night. Hey, you're not supposed to be participating in this super drinks thing, okay? All right, guys. So far, again, another quiet start. A very, very patient one, if you will.
Yep.
And the first 2 minutes have gone by really with no casualties.
All right, the Conqueror is showing itself.
Yep, Tang and
Batman
Han
can
are
take
going
a
to come
shot.
by. They're just going to drive by, though, as the rest of the team decides to regroup. Head over to the west side of the map.
And both Q and Kane have now broken up to the top and the bottom. They've like controlled all vision now of anything outside of the city. So whichever one of them is at the bottom, which I can't actually tell right now on the minimap, will spot this push very soon.
I'm going to say it's Kane. Yep, there he is. He's the one who likes to get all the way out in the middle of nowhere by himself. Anti-lock on the bat chat. Look how fast he is, like we've been saying, and he's just going to go around and see what kills he can take, what free shots.
So good at flanking. He's actually going to go for that. I think he's going to try to set up. They're setting up a fight in the middle here, and he's going to try to flank from behind. Ricky's coming to support him again. He was actually going to take the shortcut.
And he's going to take the shortcut on the side. There's Q. He's going to come around, though. I think he expects Anti-lock to be there. Maybe he'll flank him from the other side as well.
Okay, scary time here for Super Friends. The positioning
Oh, yeah,
for Super
Q
Noobs is
does
strong.
want Anti-lock done. He goes in, pokes a little bit, and retreats. Anti-lock's not having any of it.
Little Mac's going to be the first to be exposed here to a lot of firepower. All these E100s, though, grouped up together. Tedamaro also on that 215B, doing some work.
All right, base capture number 2 here, very heavily guarded. I'm not sure if Super Noobs should be heading over here or trying to make their way all the way around to base capture 1.
Well, I think they just want to pick off tanks and win mostly by elimination here. And Little Mac's taking a lot of damage. They're just doing way better trades. Like, the Super Noobs are massively ahead right now if you look at the hit points.
Wow, well, it was until Ironhide just got hit, but even then.
And Spec Ops is actually the first to go down here. And this is the beginning of the end, I feel, for the Super Friends here in game number 4.
Yeah, Super Noobs definitely having more control over the map, and you can just see that they feel very comfortable right now in the positions that they are.
Yeah. Alrighty then, so Little Mac kind of hiding behind this little flag area, this construction area.
The little construction area, he's going to try to sit in there. But yeah, Super Noobs just all around. You're right, I don't think they have any idea in mind to take the objective. They just want to go ahead and eliminate their opponents. Batman does go down. It is 5-6. Let's make that 4-6, and it's going to be very soon.
It's a close match. If the Super Friends had an autoloader right now, they could do so much, but they don't. So.
Yeah, one by one, Super Friends are just going down. Little Mac is going to be the next one, and
Anti-Lock will die here, though.
Finally, Q had his eye on him for a very long time in this game, all game long, in fact. Anti-Lock finally does go down. Q's like, I've done my job, I can die, happy man.
Q and Kane, the last 2 tanks standing to kill 3 215Bs, a Conqueror, and an E100. And look at this, the 215B is going to kill Q.
Oh, Q, you're the last one left.
Kane and Q, when they're split up, they're just not a team. Oh!
Oh, wow. Kane does take down Ironhide before he... Oh.
He's like, I'll never leave you hanging, buddy.
I got you, buddy. So he's just going to try to pick off everyone in Super Noobs. Imagine he's able to do that.
It's not going to happen, Susie.
Sunbow is next. Go for it, Kane.
Well, I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but... I mean, even... Okay, so he would have to reset the base capture like 12 times.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. That's actually funny because we thought we were going to pick off everything, but no. They realized there's only one. There's a T-54 running around somewhere. We're just going to cap this base and finish it in 10 seconds instead.
Yep. And actually, I'm surprised we don't see more teams do this, but they're giving Kane a chance, I guess.
I guess he can pick one of 4.
He has to hit 2. He can only hit 1.
Oh, and
There
he
you
doesn't
go.
get it. Yep, Super Noob's going to go ahead and, with the comeback, tie it up 2-2.
Tying it up, and Super Noobs I thought were the big favorites to win this series. I thought they were going to maybe even take it like 5-0 or 5-1, and then they were down early on, but they're showing us now their better play overall.
Yeah.
And like their compositions are better. There was no autoloader in the composition of the Super Friends in that last game, which meant that even though they did a lot of burst damage, you know, with their big E100s, they couldn't do sustained damage. Everyone got really low. And then rotated, and they're like, oh, well, these are E100s, so we're just going to wear them down because you don't have any autoloaders to finish this off. If they had a tank destroyer or an autoloader, they could have killed, 4 tanks with 1 tank potentially there, with all those tanks being so low on health. But now we're switching to Ruinberg, so we're going into our 3rd map now, which will put us into a totally different type of game entirely. We've seen a lot of different strategies on this map. This map is not fully figured out or standardized on this new Tier 10, the X Factor, as I like to call it. 10 minutes, 10 Tier 10 tanks. 10 times as fun.
10 times as fun. Is it super fun?
It's super fun.
Okay, so yeah, we're going on to Ruinberg, like you said. And it's, again, this season just has been one of those maps that haven't really been played all that much either.
Getting a little bit more popular recently, but not a lot.
Yeah, we've seen, oh gosh, Himmelsdorf and Ghost Town just all the time. And Mines, it's just like I have like PTSD from Mines from last season, basically. But yeah, Ruinberg, definitely one of those maps that's starting to come up a little bit more. But we'll have to take a look and see how they do. It looks like PvP Super Friends are attacking first. But before we talk about that, we're going to go ahead and show you this map of beautiful Ruinberg.
So Ruinberg is basically half. The map is half city and half like metro type. You know, there's a ton of tall buildings. And then the other side is the more open area. There's a small little village, and there's also a few roads in the open side of things. Now, most of the battles that we see on this map take place outside of the city. The attacking side usually rushes out of the city. I like to say almost like they're escaping from the city because the defending team is going to try to cut them off at every turn. We usually see heavy tanks to the north to protect the capture point up there, and the capture point on the east, we see a few smaller, more medium tanks kind of protecting that location.
Yes, and like we said, a lot of battles usually don't end up in the big city on the left side, as you guys can see in the nice little horseshoe formation, but the little houses. And you know what we haven't really seen is, in Season 1, lots of tanks would go down that road, that main road over on the east side, but we don't really see a lot of battles there anymore.
Yeah, not really. It usually ends up, if it's on the outside, it usually ends up on the capture point itself. We're seeing a lot of teams try to rush that or try to win a fight over there. Or we're seeing some teams try to sneakily take the northern capture point, like killing the heavy tank. And we saw basically Team Efficiency try that earlier as well, and we saw that with B Gaming. So this does happen from time to time. I'm expecting from these two teams, who's on the attack first actually? Can you check that for me?
I believe it was the PvP Super Friends.
Okay, the Super Friends are going to be on the attack first. I would expect they're probably going to just do a more standard push towards the outside. I think the Super Noobs are going to be the team that might have like a really intense strategy where we go like, oh, I see what they're doing there.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye out, see how they're going to play Ruinberg as everyone's ready in the lobby. Wait, oh no! They are taking anti-lock down. Oh no, so anti-lock is going to come out of the game, and we have Kong Sun to take his place. Those are some big shoes to fill.
Oh, definitely so. It's a bit scary.
It is a bit scary. We're going to have to see how Kong Sun does in this next game as we head into Ruinberg. Welcome to beautiful Ruinberg, everyone. Super Noobs versus the PvP Super Friends. Set number 5. The score is tied 2-2. Let's take a look at the tanks.
All right, taking a look at these tanks right now. Let's look at the attack side first. Super Friends bringing a 215B, 2 IS-4s, 3 E5s, and a 1390. And for the Super Noobs, they're bringing a 50B, 2 215Bs, and IS-4, a Tank Destroyer E100, and 2 T-54 mediums. And let's see how these IS-4s work out on the attack. Really curious to see how that one is going to get played out. Leads me to believe they're going to the north, and as I look at the mini-map, they in fact are.
Yeah, I was going to say the IS-4s are pretty slow and hefty tanks, especially for a map like this.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be used to sit in the base capture. I think this is going to be a rush strategy, similar to what we saw earlier tonight.
Okay, yeah, there they go. They're just going to head into the base capture while the other 3, the E5s, are going to try to meet them on the other side.
They might even literally put 5 tanks on the base capture and use the IS-4s.
Hien is going to get caught out, though. He's going to be the one tank that's sitting there. Batman does take a hit. Hien needs to be careful, though.
Hien's trying to be a hero. I don't know if it's necessary in this case. A lot of damage, a lot of crossfire, though, coming from the...
Little Mac.
Yeah, like the field is full of tanks.
That was beautifully done. Super Noobs really focus firing down. They were able to take down Batman in a blink of an eye.
Antari taking a ton of damage as well. The focus fire is real here, and it looks like Kong Sung is filling those shoes so far. Look at this focus fire here now onto Little Mac and Antari.
I mean, that was the whole point, right? They wanted to go and have everyone focus on them as the IS-4 sit in the base capture. Base capture timer's already down to 20 seconds. Little Mac does go down, and as the members drop, focus is just going to go right to the base.
Yeah. Base capture is down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, but it keeps getting reset. I don't think they're going to be able to really complete this mission.
Well, it got totally reset now, so I have to agree with you.
Oh, and there goes Spec Ops. One of the IS-4s are down. Q is going to be the next one to be focused fired.
The last versus Kane here. Down goes the last. He's not the last to die, unfortunately.
No, he is not. Antari does finally make that joins the rest of his friends in the tank grave.
Tadamaru trying to hold things off here, but there's no way he can capture this. Down goes Q. Kane is reloaded, but he's not going to be able to do much with 51 hit points.
No, not at all.
A tank destroyer is nearby.
Tadamaru is just going to show his face and get focus fired down. Like you said, Kane, did he just run away?
Yeah, basically. I think he was trying to hope that his team could reposition themselves in such a way that he could do a ton of auto loader damage, but unfortunately with 51 hit points left alone, it's not going to be able to do much. It looks like he may delay this game a bit further.
Oh, yeah. I was like, is he going to be a jerk and just, like, run away and have us sit here for 7 minutes? Because that would be awful.
Well,
nope. No, Sunbow won't have it.
Sunbow's like, nah, tank destroyed.
Yep.
So, well, that was a rush strategy that failed. We have seen these from time to time. B Gaming, had a good setup to defend a rush like this and actually ended up dying on that map earlier today. So, these strategies do work. I think a lot of World Tanks fans don't really like these strategies because they feel like kind of gimmicky, like, oh, let's see if we can make this work. They're not very strategic. They're not like very high level. It's kind of like, all right, we got a few tanks. We're going to block with them, and we're going to sit in this capture point and force them to fight us. We either win the fight or they can't get there in time, and we win by capture.
I think if the E5s were able to get a little more ground, because obviously the strategy there was for them to move away, get all the tanks to focus on them, but they were a little too close to the base capture, and they blew up too fast.
Yeah, they just took too much extra damage, and things snowball like out of control. This is one of the strategies, like we said before, either win with it or you get crushed. It's what we like to call an all-in in esports, where it's either you win it immediately in the early stages of the game, or if it starts to fail, you have no backup plan and you just die.
Basically. So, all right, well, hopefully we'll see. To be honest with you, I do like gimmicky strategies.
Me too.
I think they're fun.
I would love to see the Super Noobs try to do something like this now that they're going to be on the attack next game. But I don't think they will. I think they're going to play a little bit more standard because that seems to be how they do it.
No. Well,
Susie.
They are the smartest team, as you said.
I actually believe them. Like, this team is the smartest team. And like EL is the most mechanically based. Like Super Noobs are the smartest. Karen Tiger's like like halfway the smartest and halfway the best mechanics. Like they're like some middle ground there. And the Horsemen is like the coolest. And then
Just because they're all horses.
they're also
really?
the funniest. That's as far as I'll go.
All right. So I mean, we're not all the way into the season just yet. Don't reveal all of your secrets.
Sure,
okay.
sure.
Yeah, I think
All my knowledge bombs I just dropped.
All right. So here we go. I think the tanks are getting ready. I think the same lineup. I'm kind of sad NT-Lock wasn't in this game. I think
Yeah,
he's
it looks
quickly
like he's-
becoming one of my favorite players.
Yeah, me too. And I'm sad he's not going to be in it again, it looks like. But Kongsan did very well in his place.
He did. He did.
You can never really replace NT-Lock, but you could try. You could win the game. And
He's like the obelisk to me, you know. Like I will always miss that guy.
don't even say his name. It makes me so sad. We miss him.
All right, let's just get into the next game, guys. Okay, everyone, set number 6, Super Noobs versus the PvP Super Friends. Super Noobs are up 3 games, Super Friends 2, and let's see what the Noobs are going to do.
Well, the Super Noobs, they got 215B, 2 E5s, an Object 140, and 2 T54 mediums. And they had a little pickup truck next to them in the spawning location as well, but he just thinks he's a tank. He's not really a tank. The Super Friends, they got 3 215Bs, 3 E5s. Okay, I'm just getting ahead of myself with what I'm saying. So just basically 2 types of tanks and then an RU-251.
On Kane, of course.
So he's going to try to get some information about what's going on. And it's a big push through the center with a supporting push coming from the south. Again, more standard, like I expected to see from Super Noobs. The last taking some damage. Just 8-1 shot there.
Yeah, oh, Super Friends, this is interesting. They're all they split up in half, right? So we have a group of guys going over to base capture number 1, and then we have a group just hanging out in that village. The village all the way to the east.
Yeah.
And Sunbow may... Here, this is the road I was talking about earlier when we were talking about the map. This last season, we would see so much battle going on that road back and forth, but possibly we'll see it again now.
Yeah, it's totally possible.
There's Tang.
This has been a really even trade for both teams. I'd say overall it's slightly better for Super Friends.
All right, well, base capture has started. The last is going to sit in there for now, 63 seconds.
Ricky's coming up, though. He could actually supplement that sitting with his own sitting in the capture. And he can always back off into it if it gets really close and they want to just seal the deal.
Yeah, that would be very surprising.
Now, someone on the E5 is coming up to try to contest this from the other side, but there are 2 E5s waiting for him. So that is... Who's coming down that pathway? We don't have a shot of it, actually.
I can't see, okay.
Oh, it's Spec Ops. Okay, but he's going to get denied.
Okay, yeah. Ricky does take a bit of damage, and base is down to 15 seconds. If Hien or Ironhide just jump into that right now, I'm not sure why Ricky left.
It looks like they just saw an opportunity to kill Kane and maybe Tedamaru, but unfortunately this actually pulls them out of position and, like you said, out of the base capture.
Yeah,
so.
they could have finished that. They only had 15 seconds left.
But as it is, you know, this is not going to be a good fight for them, I don't think. Hien is just being totally ignored. So smart by Super Friends.
Yeah, Ironhide goes down, but so does Spec Ops. That's a 1-for-1. The last, he's sitting there. He's like, dude, you guys left me. Base capture is back to 95 seconds.
Yeah, I think the Super Noobs made a big mistake here. But let's see if this can get turned around as Tang and Kongsan are coming down.
Okay,
Kane is dead.
Kane is dead. Right now, really, it's just like a 1-for-1. They're just trading off tanks. Antare goes down, but I think Last will as well. There he goes.
Hien is trying to stay alive. Tedamaru will get killed here. And Tang is in a really good spot, actually, to finish off Q. If they kill Q, I think that might actually give them the win.
Tang does take a bit of damage. Yeah, he shoots Q.
Oh, Q's turning around so slowly!
Oh, wow.
Oh, but he's still going to get one more shot. He has to make it perfect, and Tang is reloading. Uh-oh,
Oh, Q. Oh, he's just going to try to ram
Not
into
enough
him.
speed.
Oh, but Tang does get that kill. Batman is trying to come and avenge the death. Little Mac is the one who finishes off Tang.
Oh, it's going to be a 2v2 now. This is actually going to get really intense. Sun Bo actually winning versus Little Mac somehow. That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, Lil Mac is not.
He's not protected.
No,
Down
he
goes.
is not. He goes down. It is now a 2v1. Batman is the last tank.
If anyone on the Super Friends could win a 2v1 with an E5, it's Batman. Let's see if he can do it.
All right, well, here comes Sunbow on that Object 140. He's going to take a good shot. But there's Kong Sun right behind him. Yeah, there's no way Batman's going to be able to do this.
Not going to happen,
Nope.
and this will put Super Noobs on match point with 4 wins to Super Friends' 2 wins as we go into Pro Korovka, our final map.
That was really close.
That was really close.
That was.
It actually came down to Q not being able to rotate quickly enough, and also Tedamaro being killed so early. Those are the 2 defining moments at the end of that little battle we had there.
Batman needed a Batmobile. That's exactly what he needed.
I thought the Super Noobs, that was funny, but I thought, I thought the Super Noobs, I was actually thinking about going through the whole like Batman theme or something, like where's the bat logo? But the initial situation for the Super Noobs where they had the base capture down to like 9 seconds or something, I was like, well, I mean, I think they should have just tried to continue to fight in there. They might have just gotten a win straight up because of it, because they had so many members of their team supporting them. And then they left the base capture, and then they were losing the fight as well. And I was like, oh, everything is going wrong. But they really pulled things together. They had good team coordination there at the end to win that fight.
Yeah, there were 2 tanks in the base capture, 15 seconds left. But then, you know, they were 2 other tanks who could have just piled in there and gotten the base capture, won the game sooner, I think, unless they just had that sense that, you know what, Super Friends will probably just all ambush us anyway, and they wanted to be ready for the situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, Super Noobs wanted to get the first jump instead of being on the defense. So, in a way, I guess that worked out to their advantage.
Yeah, overall, and now Super Friends are probably getting really stressed because best case scenario, they can win in tiebreaker, and they will have to win 3 games in a row to do so, and 1 more loss, and it's all over. So, pretty stressful.
Yep, and as we go into Pro Horovka, it's a wide open map, right? This is going to be different from the first 3 that we saw.
Yeah, and this could go either way. This is going to be a map where we do see brawls happen sometimes, but usually it's engagements over the railroad tracks, depending on which side the attacking team goes to. Sometimes we see the 2 teams totally miss each other across the map. This map gets a bit wonky at times, and when we get into it, we'll explain it a little bit more.
I like wonky. It's okay. We've been seeing a lot of the teams go into the small again, they like the villages, right? Because there's more cover. Yeah, there's more cover. But right where the railroad track flattens out, and a lot of battles have been going on over there, so we'll have to see how they do. Who is Super Noobs are on the attack first, actually.
Yes. And looks like Super Noobs are giving their tank lists right now. I just saw them. I'm not going to tell you guys. I'm going to keep it a secret.
I'm going to tell you guys. There's an RU-251.
All right, that's not all. That's just a little, that's like a little teaser.
That's a teaser. RU-251. Hopefully.
Someone's like, spoilers! Oh my God!
Gosh, don't tell me
I hate
this
when
already.
Susie does this.
RU-251.
She always does this. Wolf tells her not to, and she still says it.
It's going to be Kane on it, guys. Okay, anyway, let's go ahead into this next game. Okay, guys, ready? Here we are, set number 7. It would be match point for Super Noobs. If they win this, they go home with 3 points. And I lied. It's not Kane on the RU-251.
See, that's the other thing about spoilers is you can lie about them and then like people go crazy. So, let's talk about these tanks. So 2 E5s, 3 140s, an STV1, and an RU-251. That's Super Noobs lineup. So Hien is on the 251. And then for the Super Friends, they have a really similar lineup of 2 E5s, 3 140s, and 2 T54s. So almost the exact same line. The STB1 is really the defining factor for the Super Noobs, who are moving to the railroad side towards that village. And oh, we're going to have a battle in the village. I hope no one's in these houses. It's about to get dangerous.
Everyone needs to leave now, those cute little huts. You know, I never really got a chance to look at this.
Yeah, they are kind of more like huts.
Yeah, they're really cute.
I wonder where this is. Well, I mean, it's probably in Russia, right? But I don't know.
That's exactly what I would think. Here we go. This is the railroad track area where the the terrain is a lot more flat.
Yeah, this little walkway, like right down the middle of it, is where it flattens out, as Susie mentioned before. And so we do see a lot of shots fired in that direction.
Oh gosh, Batman, Ironhide, everyone just kind of shooting at each other left and right. Kane has some damage on him.
Super Noob's definitely in the better trades here for sure. Batman is probably going to go down first, and Kane is right behind him. Can he kill Ironhide first? Nope.
Nope. Kane goes down. It looks like Spec Ops is going to do the job, finishes off Ironhide. But again, I think that was a much better trade for Super Noobs.
Antari goes down.
Q is probably going to be the next in line.
Tang is maybe going to try to kill Q here before he goes down. I think he will. And Spec Ops is going down. This is just a massacre here.
Oh gosh, yeah. What happened to strategy? Speaking of which.
Well,
This is a gimmick if I've ever seen one.
It was just a big fight here, and the better fights going to Super Noobs. Their mechanics are showing through again. And Little Mac's the only one left, and he's over here on this E5. He has to kill 5 tanks by himself. Spoiler alert, I don't think he can do it.
Oh my gosh, Wolf, why you gotta be like that? Next thing you know, you're gonna talk about Star Wars.
I would never. But that will actually be the win here for Super Noobs. They're going to take it 5-2, just with a kind of somewhat anticlimactic last game where they just had better mechanics and better focus fire.
It was almost like Super Friends just got really tired, especially after playing so many games. Super Noobs, with that comeback, they just
It's a pretty
decided to take
haphazard
it.
approach there for the Super Friends. You know, Super Noobs just playing better there.
Yep. All right, well, let's just talk about what happened today. Today was a very wonky day. Here are the results. So yeah, match number 1, it was Horsemen versus Team Efficiency. Team Efficiency taking 2 maps, but Horsemen winning it 5-2. Then we had match number 2, it was PvP Super Friends. Again, really close matchup with B Gaming, but they eventually lost that. B Gaming wins that 5-3. And Super Noobs versus PvP Super Friends. Man, this must be so disheartening. A very close matchup again. Super Noobs does win though, 5-2.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Super Noobs because they were getting so close to for Super Friends, and Super Noobs is now getting even closer to the top of the rankings, which we'll look at in a little bit. But B Gaming picking up 3 more points, so they're finally getting back to where we would expect them to be. Team Efficiency also taking 2 games off of a very tough team, so I feel like all of the losers today won in some way, like morally, like morale-wise.
They're doing a lot better than we expected to. I mean, again, B Gaming showing us, they're definitely showing up finally. Team Efficiency showing us that they have this great strategy. Now they just need to learn to execute it a little bit better. All of them improving as the days go on. But we're going to go ahead and talk about the rankings now. So far, on day number 8, at the end of day number 8, EL Gaming still on top with 18 points. Super Noobs have beat out Karen Tiger. They have 15 points.
They're undefeated, and Karen Tiger's only loss was to the Horsemen. If they had beaten the Horsemen, that would have been they would have actually been up there with them.
All right, B Gaming climbing this rank list, this ladder. They're getting right behind the Horsemen. PvP Super Friends and Immortals each with 3 points apiece, and Team Efficiency not yet. I'm hoping that they will put some points on there eventually during this season. But yeah, this is crazy. We're having a very definitive look at how this ladder looks.
Yeah, and you know, the real question is when Super Noobs and Karen Tiger clash, how is that going to go?
I don't know. I'm really excited to see that. Super Noobs have just been getting progressively better and better and better, and Karen Tiger haven't played in a while, if you think about it.
Yeah, both Eel and Karen played a lot of their matches early on and have not, you know, quite caught up with the rest of those yet.
Right, and so when they come back,
everyone else just caught up with them.
Okay, well, let's talk about next matchup, guys. This is going to be on Christmas Eve. You guys get to share Christmas Eve with us. Super Noobs versus EL Gaming. That is going to be a really good one. That's basically number 1 versus number 2 at this point, right? Match number 2 will be Immortals versus Horsemen. Again, these guys have played each other quite a few times last season, and Immortals have a lot to prove, so that'll be very fun to watch as well. And match number 3, we have EL and Immortals. Wow, we have 2 doubleheaders.
Yeah. I think the reason why is because we will not have a broadcast on Christmas or New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve.
So I guess some of these teams got to get their matches in before that, before we start the second round robin.
Right,
so they
right,
gotta finish
right.
their last ones there.
So that's going to be on Thursday, December 24th, Christmas Eve with Susie and Wolf. It is at UTC +8. That's 8 o'clock, where is that? I don't even know where that is.
What you mean? Are you talking about the UTC
The time,
+8?
yes.
That's like just one time zone over from Korea, which
So-
is I don't know exactly where that is. But
Exactly, I don't know where that is. But Korea time
That's
is
like
going
Hong
to be
Kong, I
9
guess?
p.m. And so you guys can join us there, get some eggnog, put on a festive sweater, and you can sit with us and watch some tanks.
It'll be a good night. It'll be fun. So definitely tune in and check it out.
Absolutely. But thank you so much, guys, for tuning in today, and we will see you on Thursday. Good night.